distant hillside glowed beneath the night sky. At first, Elias thought he was looking at scattered lanterns. Tiny points of gold shimmered across the dark horizon, rising and falling among the gentle curves of distant hills. Yet the longer he watched, the stranger the sight became. The lights did not flicker like lanterns, nor did they move like travelers carrying lamps along a road. They remained suspended, perfectly still, hundreds of them, perhaps thousands, golden spheres hanging in the darkness, like fragments of moonlight caught among unseen branches. And somewhere beyond those hills, hidden from maps and known only through quiet stories shared beside evening fires, lay a place called the Orchard of Golden Moons, a place many travelers searched for, a place few ever found, not because the orchard was hidden, but because, according to the stories, it revealed itself only when the time was right. Tonight, Elias follows those distant lights toward a place where patience is treasured like wisdom, where seasons are measured in more than days and years, and where some of life's most beautiful gifts arrive only after they have been given time to grow. Welcome back to Sleep with Stories. So settle comfortably beneath your blankets. Allow the concerns of the day to drift quietly into the distance. And as the night grows softer around you, let us begin. Several peaceful weeks had passed since Elias left the conservatory of Whispering Rain. Yet the lessons of that remarkable place still traveled beside him, often while walking quiet roads or resting beneath evening skies. He found himself remembering the gentle rhythm of rainfall upon glass roofs, the patience of gardens, the wisdom hidden within ordinary moments, the quiet certainty that beautiful things rarely needed to hurry. Those memories accompanied him now as he followed a winding road through the countryside. The season had begun to change. Summer lingered, but only just. The days remained warm and pleasant, yet hints of autumn had started appearing in small and subtle ways. The evenings arrived a little earlier. The air carried a touch more coolness after sunset. Leaves at the tops of distant trees had begun experimenting with shades of gold. It was the sort of season that felt suspended between one chapter and the next, a season of quiet transition. The road Elias followed wound through gentle farmland. Rolling fields stretched toward distant hills. Stone walls crossed the landscape like old memories. Small streams wandered through meadows filled with late-season wildflowers. Everything seemed peaceful, comfortably familiar, the sort of countryside many travelers might pass without much notice. Yet Elias had learned to appreciate such places. Some of the greatest wonders in the world announced themselves loudly. Others waited quietly within ordinary landscapes. As the evening deepened, he approached a small village nestled beside a shallow river. Warm golden light glowed behind cottage windows. Thin ribbons of chimney smoke drifted lazily into the darkening sky. The scent of baking bread floated upon the cool evening air. Somewhere nearby, laughter drifted from an open doorway. The scene felt welcoming, the sort of place that invited travelers to rest a while before continuing their journey. Elias crossed a narrow stone bridge and entered the village. The streets were calm. Children played their final games before bedtime. Shopkeepers closed shutters. Lanterns were being lit one by one along the main road. Nothing seemed unusual, at least not at first. Then he noticed something. Several villagers stood near the western edge of town, not speaking, simply watching the horizon. Curious, Elias slowed his pace. Beyond the rooftops and fields, distant hills rose against the twilight sky. And there, far away among the gathering darkness, he saw them. Golden lights, dozens, hundreds, perhaps more. Tiny glowing orbs scattered across the hillsides. Their soft radiance seemed almost dreamlike. Not bright, not dazzling, simply present, like stars that had wandered down from the heavens and settled upon the earth. Elias stopped. The sight immediately drew his attention. One of the villagers noticed his curiosity. An elderly woman carrying a basket smiled gently. First time seeing them, Elias nodded. The woman followed his gaze toward the distant lights. Her expression softened. Beautiful, aren't they? For several moments, they stood quietly together, watching the glow upon the horizon. Elias found himself unable to look away. There was something remarkably peaceful about the scene, something inviting, as though the lights were not merely illuminating the hills, but calling gently to those willing to follow. The woman adjusted the basket upon her arm. Those are the first signs. The first signs of what? Elias asked. The woman smiled. The orchard. The single word seemed to carry a story all its own. Elias glanced toward her. The orchard of golden moons. The woman laughed softly. So you've heard the tales. Elias smiled. Only fragments, scattered references, gathered from travelers and roadside conversations. Whispers of a place that appeared only during certain seasons. A hidden orchard where golden moons grew among ancient trees. Stories so unusual that most people treated them as legends. Yet as he gazed again toward the distant hills, the lights seemed entirely real. The woman followed his gaze once more. They've appeared earlier than usual this year. Her voice carried quiet wonder. Many people will go searching, and many will never find it. Elias remembered the stories. The orchard was said to reveal itself only when the traveler was ready, not merely when they desired it. The distinction had always intrigued him. The woman seemed to sense the question forming in his thoughts. People spend years chasing remarkable places, she said gently. Sometimes they forget that remarkable places have their own timing as well. The words reminded him of something the elder from the conservatory might have said, a lesson wrapped softly inside a simple observation. The evening breeze moved through the village. Far away, the golden lights continued glowing upon the hills, steady, patient, waiting. And as Elias watched them, he felt the familiar sensation that often marked the beginning of a new journey. Not excitement, not urgency, simply curiosity, a quiet invitation. The road ahead seemed to be offering a new story, and somewhere beyond the horizon, beneath those mysterious golden lights, the orchard of golden moons waited. The villagers gradually returned to their evening routines. Children disappeared indoors. Lanterns glowed warmly beside doorways. The scent of supper drifted through the quiet streets. Yet Elias remained near the edge of the village for a little while longer. The distant lights held his attention. They seemed brighter now as darkness settled fully across the countryside. The hills themselves had become little more than silhouettes. Only the golden lights remained visible, soft clusters of radiance scattered across the horizon, like stars resting among unseen trees. Eventually, the elderly woman adjusted her basket once more. "If you intend to follow them," she said kindly, "you should leave at first light." Elias turned toward her. "Why first light? The hills are farther away than they appear." Her smile deepened slightly, and travelers often discover that the orchard dislikes being hurried. The answer felt strangely appropriate. The woman wished him a pleasant evening and continued on her way. Soon Elias found a small inn overlooking the river. Its windows glowed warmly against the growing darkness. The sign above the door depicted a silver moon reflected in still water. Inside, a fire crackled softly within a stone hearth. The atmosphere felt calm and welcoming. Several travelers sat quietly at nearby tables. A few read books. Others enjoyed warm drinks while speaking in gentle voices. No one seemed in a hurry. The innkeeper greeted Elias warmly and offered him a room for the night. After a simple meal and a brief conversation, Elias carried his satchel upstairs. The room overlooked the western hills. As he opened the curtains, he immediately saw them again. The golden lights, still glowing, still waiting. For a few moments, he stood beside the window, watching, wondering. Then he opened the journal he had carried since leaving the house, where every window glowed. Its pages now held memories from many journeys. The conservatory of whispering rain, quiet roads, hidden gardens, ordinary moments preserved through careful attention. He turned to a blank page. For a moment, he considered what to write. Then, with a small smile, he began. Tonight I saw distant lights upon the hills. No one seems entirely certain whether the orchard is found by travelers, or whether the orchard chooses when to be found. Either way, I feel as though a new journey has already begun. He paused, then added one final sentence. Some places appear to reward patience before they reveal their beauty. Satisfied, he closed the journal. Outside, the golden lights continued shining beneath the stars, not demanding attention, not promising answers, simply existing, and somehow that made them feel even more remarkable. Soon afterward, Elias settled into bed. The room was quiet. The sounds of the village softened gradually as the evening deepened. A distant owl called once from somewhere beyond the river. The wind stirred gently through nearby trees, and before long sleep arrived, peaceful, unhurried, like everything else associated with the orchard. Morning came gently. Sunlight filtered through the curtains. Birdsong drifted through the open window. The village seemed refreshed by the new day. After breakfast, Elias thanked the innkeeper and stepped outside. The sky was clear, the air cool and pleasant. The distant hills stood visible once more beneath the morning sun. Without the darkness, the golden lights had vanished, yet he knew where they had been, and somehow that was enough. He crossed the stone bridge and followed a narrow road leading west. The village gradually disappeared behind him. Fields stretched across the countryside. Wildflowers nodded gently beside the road. Small streams wandered through meadows bright with morning dew. The journey felt peaceful from the very beginning. Hours passed comfortably. Elias walked without urgency. The lessons of the conservatory remained close in his thoughts. There was no need to rush toward a destination. Beautiful places rarely benefited from impatience. Around midday, he reached a crossroads marked by an ancient stone marker. The inscription had faded with age. Most of the lettering could no longer be read. Only a single symbol remained clearly visible. A circle, golden once perhaps, now worn smooth by time. Elias paused beside it. Something about the symbol felt familiar, not because he had seen it before, because it resembled the distant lights themselves. A simple circle, a moon, or perhaps a piece of fruit. The road ahead divided in two directions. One path continued toward larger towns. The other climbed gradually into the hills. As Elias considered the choice, he noticed a small wooden sign partially hidden by ivy. Most travelers might have overlooked it entirely. The lettering was faint, hand-painted, weathered by years of rain and sunlight. It read, "Orchard Road, nothing more." No distance, no directions, no explanation. Only two simple words. A gentle breeze moved through the grass. Somewhere nearby, bees drifted among wildflowers. The moment felt strangely quiet, as though the countryside itself were waiting. Elias smiled, then adjusted the strap of his satchel. The larger road continued elsewhere, toward familiar destinations, predictable routes, places marked clearly upon maps. But the smaller road wound upward toward the hills, where the golden lights had appeared, toward mystery, toward wonder, toward the next chapter of his journey. Without hesitation, Elias stepped onto Orchard Road. The path curved gently between rolling hills. Ahead, unseen beyond the horizon, the orchard of golden moons waited. And for the first time since hearing its name, Elias felt certain he was heading in the right direction. The road climbed gradually through the hills, not steeply, not enough to tire a traveler, only enough to offer wider views of the countryside with each passing mile. By afternoon, the village had disappeared completely. The river was no longer visible. The fields below had become distant patches of green and gold, resting beneath the sunlight. Elias walked at an easy pace. The day felt wonderfully calm. A few white clouds drifted lazily across the sky. The breeze carried the scent of grass, warmed by the sun. Occasionally, he passed old stone walls, softened by moss and time. Small birds darted between hedgerows. Wildflowers grew beside the path. Everything seemed peaceful. Yet as the hours passed, Elias began noticing something unusual. The farther he traveled along Orchard Road, the more frequently he encountered circles. Not perfect circles, not deliberate decorations, simply shapes that seemed to repeat naturally throughout the landscape. Round stones arranged beside pathways, circular flower beds surrounding ancient trees, small wooden carvings hanging outside cottages. Even the windows of a distant shepherd's hut had been crafted in gentle round shapes. At first, he thought little of it. Then he noticed another, and another, and another. The pattern became impossible to ignore. It felt subtle rather than obvious, as though the hills themselves carried a quiet affection for moons. The thought made him smile. Perhaps the orchard's influence extended farther than people realized. Late in the afternoon, the road curved around a hillside. Beyond it, Elias discovered a small orchard. Not the orchard, just an ordinary one. Apple trees stood in neat rows upon a gentle slope. Their branches swayed softly in the breeze. A stone cottage rested nearby. Smoke rose from its chimney. The scene looked welcoming. Beside the entrance stood an elderly man repairing a wooden fence. He looked up as Elias approached. His face brightened immediately. "Good afternoon, traveler." "Good afternoon," Elias replied. The man rested his tools against the fence. "You've come looking for it." The statement carried certainty rather than curiosity. Elias laughed softly. "Is it that obvious?" The man smiled. "Only because everyone walking this road is searching for the same thing." His eyes drifted toward the western hills. The orchard. For a moment, they stood together beneath the warm sunlight. The old man seemed in no hurry to return to his work, nor did he appear surprised by visitors. It was as though travelers arrived often, and questions arrived even more frequently. "Have you seen it?" Elias asked. The man considered the question carefully, then nodded. "Many years ago." The answer immediately captured Elias's attention. Most people spoke of the orchard as a rumor, a legend, a possibility. Yet this man spoke of it as one might speak of a place visited long ago. "What was it like?" The old man smiled. The expression held warmth, but also amusement. Asking that question is rather like asking what spring feels like. Elias waited. The old man leaned comfortably against the fence. "If I describe the blossoms, you'll miss the fragrance. If I describe the fragrance, you'll miss the colors. If I describe the colors, you'll miss the feeling of standing beneath them." His smile widened. Some places refuse to fit inside words. The answer felt strangely satisfying, not because it explained anything, because it didn't try to. The old man glanced toward his orchard. The apples hanging among the branches had begun changing color. Some remained green, others glowed with hints of gold and red. Each tree seemed to be moving through the season at its own pace. Noticing Elias observing them, the old man nodded. Nature never rushes. His voice softened. One tree ripens before another. One flower blooms before another. The orchard teaches much the same lesson. Elias immediately remembered the elder from the conservatory of whispering rain. Many things reveal their beauty slowly. The wisdom felt connected, as though one journey had quietly prepared him for the next. The old man seemed pleased by the thoughtful expression upon his face. He pointed toward a narrow path, climbing higher into the hills. Continue west. The road becomes smaller. The views become larger. And eventually, you'll arrive at the moon gate. The moon gate, Elias asked. The old man nodded. Most travelers reach it shortly before sunset. The name itself carried a certain wonder. Moon gate, not a destination, a beginning. The old man returned to his fence. The conversation appeared complete. Yet just before Elias continued on his way, the farmer spoke once more. One piece of advice. Elias turned. The man smiled. When you arrive, he paused. Look up before you look ahead. Then he returned to his work. No further explanation followed. The advice lingered pleasantly within Elias's thoughts as he continued climbing through the hills. The afternoon slowly drifted toward evening. The sunlight softened. Long shadows stretched across the landscape. The road narrowed exactly as the farmer had predicted. Stone walls disappeared. The countryside became quieter, more secluded, more peaceful, and with every passing mile, a growing sense of anticipation accompanied him. Not excitement, not urgency, something gentler, like standing beside a closed book while knowing a beautiful story waited inside. At last, as the sun approached the horizon, the path rounded one final hill. Elias stopped. Before him stood an archway, unlike any he had ever seen. Two ancient trees grew on opposite sides of the path. Their trunks curved gracefully toward one another. High above, their branches met and intertwined. Together, they formed a perfect arch, a doorway crafted entirely by nature. Silver leaves shimmered softly among the branches, and hanging from those branches were dozens of small golden fruits, each one round, each one glowing faintly in the evening light. The sight was breathtaking, not because it was grand, because it felt quietly magical. The moon gate. The name suddenly made perfect sense. The farmer's final advice returned to him. Look up before you look ahead. Slowly, Elias lifted his gaze. Beyond the archway, beyond the silver leaves, beyond the glowing fruit, the hillside on the far side of the gate stretched toward the horizon. And there, scattered across valleys and ridges, as far as the eye could see, stood thousands upon thousands of trees bearing golden moons. The orchard of golden moons. At last, the sight held Elias completely still. For several moments, he simply stood beneath the moon gate. The evening breeze moved softly through the silver leaves overhead. Golden fruit swayed gently among the branches. Beyond them, the orchard stretched across the hills like a landscape from a dream. Countless trees covered the valleys, Their canopies shimmered beneath the approaching twilight, and everywhere he looked, luminous golden moons hung among the branches. Some glowed softly like lanterns, others shone with a richer radiance, almost as though tiny sunsets had become suspended among the leaves. The entire orchard seemed to gather the fading light of evening and return it to the world in a gentler form. Elias found himself smiling, not because he had finally arrived, because the place somehow felt familiar, as though he had been traveling toward it for much longer than he realized. At last, he stepped beneath the moon gate. The path beyond curved gently through silver grass. The air carried a fragrance unlike anything he had encountered before. Hints of blossoms, fresh leaves, warm earth, and something faintly sweet. The scent felt comforting, like a memory that remained just beyond reach. As he walked, the first stars began appearing overhead. Twilight settled gradually across the hills, yet the orchard did not grow darker. If anything, it seemed brighter. The golden moons among the branches slowly awakened. Their radiance deepened. Soft pools of golden light spread beneath the trees. The pathways glowed gently. The hills shimmered. Everywhere, warmth and light replaced the fading day. The effect was breathtaking, yet remarkably peaceful. No dazzling brilliance, no overwhelming spectacle, only quiet beauty. Beauty that seemed content simply to exist. The path wound between groves of moon trees. Each one appeared slightly different. Some were tall and elegant, others broad and ancient. A few seemed almost young by comparison, yet every branch carried glowing fruit, and every fruit possessed its own shade of golden light. Some leaned toward silver, some toward amber, some shone with the rich color of autumn sunlight. The variety fascinated him. He had expected uniformity. Instead, he found individuality. No two trees seemed exactly alike. No two moons glowed in precisely the same way. The orchard felt less like a collection of trees and more like a gathering of unique lives. Eventually, the path descended into a shallow valley. There, nestled among the hills, stood a small settlement. Warm lights glowed within cottage windows. Stone pathways connected gardens and workshops. Tiny streams wandered between flower beds. Everything appeared carefully tended. Comfortable, peaceful, the village felt less like a destination and more like a natural extension of the orchard itself. Several people moved quietly about their evening routines. Some carried baskets, others tended lanterns. A few sat outside, enjoying the gentle evening air. No one seemed surprised by Elias's arrival. A traveler appearing at sunset appeared entirely ordinary here. As he entered the village, a woman arranging flowers outside a cottage looked up and smiled. "Welcome." The greeting felt simple, sincere. Elias returned the smile. "Thank you." The woman gestured toward the hills surrounding them. Beautiful evening to arrive. Elias glanced around. The golden moons now glowed brilliantly among the trees. The orchard seemed almost alive with light. "It certainly is." The woman nodded, as though no further explanation was required. Then she returned to her flowers. The conversation ended naturally, comfortably, like many things within the orchard. The main path eventually led toward a circular courtyard at the center of the village. A large tree stood there, older than any Elias had seen since entering the orchard. Its trunk was enormous. Its branches spread wide above the square, and hanging among those branches were hundreds of glowing moons. Their combined radiance bathed the entire courtyard in warm gold. Beneath the tree sat a single wooden bench. Upon that bench rested an elderly woman. She wore a long silver cloak embroidered with delicate golden patterns. Her white hair caught the glow of the moons overhead, and although she appeared relaxed, there was something quietly attentive about her presence, as though she noticed far more than she ever needed to say. The moment Elias entered the courtyard, she looked up. A gentle smile appeared, not the smile of someone meeting a stranger, the smile of someone greeting an expected guest. Elias approached slowly. The woman regarded him kindly. For a moment, neither spoke. The silence felt entirely comfortable. At last, she gestured toward the empty space beside her. "Please." Her voice carried the warmth of a familiar fireplace. "You've traveled a long way." Elias accepted the invitation and sat down. The moons above them glowed softly among the branches. The village rested peacefully around the square. Somewhere nearby, water flowed gently through a narrow stream. The elderly woman folded her hands comfortably in her lap. "You arrived at exactly the right time." Elias smiled. Several people had hinted at similar ideas during his journey. The right time. The woman's eyes reflected the golden light overhead. The orchard has a habit of teaching that lesson. She glanced upward toward the glowing moons. Many travelers spend their lives asking when something will happen. Her smile softened. When a dream will arrive, when a season will change, when they will finally be ready. The branches rustled gently overhead. The orchard asks a different question. Elias waited. The woman looked once more toward the glowing moons, then back toward him. What if some things arrive precisely when they are meant to? The words settled quietly into the evening air, warm, gentle, simple, yet somehow carrying far more meaning than their size suggested. And as the golden moons continued glowing above the village, Elias sensed that his journey through the orchard had truly begun. The evening deepened gently around the village. Above, the golden moons continued glowing among the branches of the great tree. Their light seemed softer than lantern light, warmer than moonlight, almost as though each one carried a small piece of a sunset within it. For a while, Elias and the elderly woman sat quietly together. The village moved at an unhurried pace around them. A few residents crossed the square carrying baskets. Others paused to exchange friendly greetings. Children wandered home beneath the golden glow overhead. Everything felt calm, comfortably so. Eventually, the woman rose from the bench. "Come." Her smile remained warm. The orchard is best understood slowly. Elias followed as she led him along a winding pathway that left the village behind. Night had now settled fully across the hills. Stars filled the sky, yet darkness never truly arrived. The golden moons illuminated every path, every grove, every hillside. The orchard seemed suspended somewhere between night and dawn, neither fully dark nor fully bright, only peaceful. As they walked, Elias noticed something he had not seen earlier. Not every moon looked the same. Some shone brilliantly, others glowed more softly. A few remained almost silver rather than gold. They appeared unfinished somehow, still beautiful, yet different. The woman noticed where his attention rested. "You've discovered the first lesson." Elias glanced toward her. "The first lesson." She nodded. "The orchard grows many moons." Her gaze drifted toward the nearest branches. "But they do not all ripen at the same time." They stopped beside a young tree growing near the path. Its branches were graceful, but still small. Among them hung dozens of silver moons, each one softly luminous, each one beautiful in its own way. Yet none possessed the rich golden glow of the others. The woman touched one of the branches gently. "This tree is not behind." Her voice carried quiet certainty. "It is not failing. It is not late." The silver moons shimmered softly in the night air. "It is simply becoming what it was meant to become." The lesson felt familiar, like an old truth wearing a new face. The woman continued walking. The mistake many travelers make is comparing one tree to another. The pathway curved between glowing groves. One ripens quickly, another slowly. One blooms early, another later. The stars sparkled above them. The orchard teaches that both can be beautiful. Elias thought about the roads he had traveled, the places he had visited, the people he had met. Many had spent their lives measuring themselves against others, wondering whether they were moving too slowly, arriving too late, taking too long. Perhaps the orchard understood something they had forgotten. The path climbed gradually higher. Soon they reached a hillside overlooking much of the valley. The view caused Elias to stop. Below them stretched thousands of moon trees, silver, gold, amber, each glowing in its own way. Together, they created a vast sea of light flowing across the hills. No two areas looked exactly alike. Some valleys shimmered with mature golden moons. Others glowed with younger silver ones. The entire orchard resembled a living map of different seasons existing side by side. The woman smiled. "Beautiful, isn't it?" Elias nodded. "It is." For a moment, neither spoke. The view seemed to encourage silence. At last, the woman gestured toward the landscape. Many people arrive here believing growth should happen quickly. Her eyes reflected the lights below. They want every answer immediately. They want every dream tomorrow. A breeze moved gently through the orchard. But nature has never worked that way. The hills seemed to agree. Everything before them had required time, seasons, patience, care. The woman turned toward Elias. When fruit is picked too early, it never becomes what it could have been. The statement was simple, yet carried the quiet weight of wisdom. They remained on the hillside for a while longer, watching the orchard glow beneath the stars, watching silver moons slowly becoming gold, watching different seasons unfolding together. Eventually, the woman led him farther along the path. The orchard grew quieter. The village lights became distant. Only the trees remained. The stars above, the gentle glow around them, and the peaceful feeling that time itself seemed to move differently here. Not slower, not faster, simply as it should. As they rounded another bend, Elias noticed something unusual. Ahead stood a single tree, unlike any he had seen before. Its trunk appeared ancient. Its branches stretched wide against the night sky. Yet among hundreds of moons, only one had ripened fully. Just one, a single golden moon, glowing brilliantly among countless silver companions. The woman paused. A knowing smile appeared. "Tomorrow," she said softly, "I'll tell you the story of that tree." The ancient branches swayed gently overhead. The lone golden moon shimmered against the stars. And somehow, despite its solitude, it seemed perfectly content. Morning arrived softly within the orchard of golden moons. The first light of dawn spread gently across the hills. Silver mist rested among the groves. Birdsong drifted through the cool air, and high above the valleys, the last stars slowly faded into the growing light. Elias awoke to a remarkable sight. Outside his window, thousands of golden moons still hung among the branches. Their glow had softened with the arrival of morning, yet they remained beautiful, like lanterns lingering after a celebration. For a time, he simply stood watching them. The orchard felt different in daylight, no less magical, only quieter. Its wonders no longer shimmered against darkness. Instead, they rested comfortably beneath the morning sky. After breakfast, Elias returned to the great tree in the village square. The elderly woman was already there, as though she had expected him. Sunlight filtered through the glowing branches overhead. Golden circles of light danced across the ground. The woman smiled as he approached. "I thought you might return." Elias laughed softly. "You promised a story." The woman's eyes brightened. "Ah, yes, the tree." Together, they left the village once more. The path followed gentle slopes through the orchard. Morning mist drifted between the trees. Dew sparkled upon silver grass. Everywhere Elias looked, the orchard seemed alive with quiet beauty. Eventually, they reached the ancient tree once again. In daylight, it appeared even older. Its bark carried the marks of countless seasons. Its branches spread wide above the hillside, and still, among hundreds of silver moons, only one glowed gold. The woman rested a hand upon the trunk. "This tree has become famous." Her voice carried amusement, though it never intended to. Elias studied the branches overhead. "It produces only one golden moon." The woman nodded. "Every few years." The answer surprised him. Only one. The ancient tree appeared healthy, strong, beautiful. Surely it could have produced many more. As though hearing the thought, the woman smiled. People often assume abundance is the same as value. The breeze moved gently through the leaves, but the orchard rarely measures worth that way. She looked upward toward the single golden moon. For many seasons, this tree produced none. Elias listened quietly. Some thought it had finished growing. Some believed it had become too old. The woman chuckled softly, and some simply stopped paying attention. Sunlight shimmered through the branches, but every few years, she pointed upward. One appears. The golden moon glowed warmly against the morning sky. Not large, not extraordinary, simply beautiful. The woman folded her hands comfortably. "Do you know what makes it special?" Elias shook his head. The woman smiled. "Nothing." For a moment, he thought he had misunderstood. The woman continued. "It is not larger. It is not brighter. It is not rarer because it tries to be. Her eyes remained upon the tree. It is special because it arrives exactly when it is ready. The words settled gently into the silence. A familiar lesson, yet one that seemed deeper each time it appeared. The orchard did not celebrate speed. It did not reward comparison. It honored timing, growth, readiness, the willingness to become what one was meant to become. No sooner, no later, the woman stepped away from the tree. Many travelers spend years worrying that they are behind. Her voice carried warmth. They compare their journeys to everyone else's. The orchard stretched around them. Thousands of trees, thousands of different seasons, thousands of different stories. Yet none appeared concerned about what the others were doing. Each simply continued growing, patiently, naturally, as it always had. For a long while, Elias remained beneath the ancient tree, watching sunlight move through its branches, watching the single golden moon sway gently in the breeze. And gradually, he began understanding why people traveled so far to find this place. Not because the orchard offered answers, because it offered perspective, a reminder that growth often happened quietly, that meaningful things frequently required time, and that beauty did not become less valuable simply because it arrived slowly. The morning continued unfolding around the hills. Birds crossed the sky. Mist dissolved into sunlight. The orchard awakened to another peaceful day. And beneath the ancient tree, Elias felt as though another small piece of the journey had found its place. The days within the orchard seemed to move differently. Not slower, not faster, only more gently. Each morning arrived with birdsong and silver mist. Each evening ended beneath glowing moons, and between them stretched peaceful hours filled with quiet discoveries. Over the next several days, Elias wandered many of the orchard's pathways. Some led through ancient groves where enormous trees had stood for generations. Others wound between younger orchards filled with silver moons, still waiting for their season. No two areas felt exactly alike, yet all shared the same sense of calm, the same patient rhythm, the same quiet confidence that everything was unfolding as it should. One afternoon, the elderly woman invited Elias to accompany her farther into the hills. The orchard has something else to show you. Her smile carried the familiar warmth he had come to recognize. Not mystery, not secrecy, simply the promise of another lesson waiting to be discovered. Together, they followed a narrow pathway that climbed steadily upward. The village gradually disappeared behind them. The familiar groves became less frequent. The trees grew older, more widely spaced. The landscape felt increasingly peaceful. Eventually, they reached a broad ridge overlooking much of the orchard. Elias paused. The view stretched farther than he had imagined possible. Valleys rolled toward distant horizons. Golden groves shimmered beneath the afternoon sunlight. Silver orchards rested among gentle hills. Streams reflected the sky as they wandered through the landscape below. The entire region seemed alive with quiet beauty, yet something immediately drew his attention. Scattered throughout the orchard stood small circles of stone. Some rested beside pathways. Others appeared upon hillsides. A few sat among groves of moon trees. Each one seemed carefully placed. The woman noticed him, observing them. "You found the moon circles." Elias looked toward her. "The moon circles." She nodded. "The oldest places in the orchard." For a moment, they simply stood together. The circles seemed unremarkable at first glance. Yet the longer Elias looked, the more meaningful they felt. Not monuments, not decorations, something quieter, something older. The woman led him toward the nearest one. A ring of smooth white stones surrounded a patch of grass. Nothing grew within the circle. No flowers, no trees, only open space beneath the sky. The simplicity made it feel strangely important. The woman sat upon one of the stones. Elias joined her. For several moments, neither spoke. The wind moved softly across the ridge. Far below, the orchard glowed beneath the afternoon sun. At last, the woman broke the silence. Many years ago, travelers asked an interesting question. Elias listened. They wanted to know how a moon becomes golden. Her eyes drifted toward the distant groves. How does growth happen? How does readiness arrive? The breeze stirred her silver cloak. So they built places like this. Elias looked around the circle to find answers. The woman smiled. To stop searching for them. The response surprised him. Yet somehow, it felt perfectly suited to the orchard. She rested her hands comfortably in her lap. People often believe growth happens when they are paying attention. Her gaze remained upon the horizon, but many important things happen quietly. The orchard below seemed to illustrate the thought. Countless trees were growing at that very moment, roots deepening, branches stretching, fruit maturing, all without noise, all without announcement. The woman continued, "While we are busy measuring progress," her smile softened. Life is often doing its work in the background. The lessons settled gently into the afternoon air. Elias thought of rivers, gardens, rain, the many places he had visited. Again and again, the world seemed to offer similar wisdom through through different forms. The woman appeared pleased by the thoughtful expression upon his face. The orchard rarely teaches anything new. She laughed softly. It simply helps people remember things they already know. For a long while, they remained within the moon's circle, listening to the breeze, watching clouds drift overhead, observing sunlight move across the hills. Nothing remarkable happened, and yet the time felt meaningful. Perhaps because the orchard understood something many places had forgotten. Not every valuable moment needed to be productive. Not every quiet hour required a purpose. Sometimes sitting beneath an open sky was enough. Eventually, the woman rose. The next place is not far. Together, they continued along the ridge. The path curved gently around a hillside. As they rounded the bend, Elias stopped. Before them stretched one of the most beautiful sights he had encountered since arriving at the orchard. A valley filled entirely with young moon trees. Thousands of them. Their branches shimmered silver beneath the afternoon light. Not a single golden moon could be seen among them. Only silver. The entire valley glowed like a sea of starlight resting upon the earth. The woman smiled. Welcome to the grove of quiet beginnings. And as the silver valley shimmered beneath the sky, Elias felt the next chapter of the orchard slowly opening before him. The grove of quiet beginnings stretched across the valley like a field of silver starlight. Every hillside shimmered beneath the afternoon sun. Thousands of young moon trees filled the landscape. Their slender branches swayed gently in the breeze. Silver moons hung among the leaves like small pieces of the sky. Not one had ripened into gold. Not yet. The sight carried a different kind of beauty than the mature groves Elias had already visited. The golden orchards inspired wonder. The silver valley inspired possibility. It felt like standing at the beginning of countless stories. The elderly woman followed his gaze. Many visitors overlook this place. Her voice remained soft. They come searching for golden moons. A faint smile appeared. They rarely realize how beautiful beginnings can be. Together, they followed a narrow pathway winding through the young trees. The orchard felt quieter here, more spacious, more open, as though the valley itself was still growing into its future. The silver moons reflected sunlight in gentle patterns across the ground. Birds moved among the branches. Wildflowers bloomed beside the path. Everything seemed filled with potential, yet entirely free from urgency. Eventually, they reached a small wooden bridge crossing a narrow stream. The water flowed peacefully between smooth white stones. Silver reflections danced across its surface. The woman stopped beside the bridge. Would you like to hear a story? Elias smiled. I would. The woman rested her hands upon the railing. Her eyes drifted toward the valley. Many years ago, a traveler arrived here. The breeze moved softly through the grove. He visited the orchard, searching for certainty. Elias listened quietly. He wanted to know exactly when his future would unfold. The woman chuckled gently. He wanted dates, answers, guarantees. The silver trees rustled around them. When would success arrive? When would happiness arrive? When would life finally become what he hoped it would be? The questions felt familiar, not because Elias had asked them, because many people did. The woman smiled knowingly. He spent several days searching for answers. Her gaze rested upon the young grove. Then he arrived here. The valley shimmered beneath the sunlight. At first, he was disappointed. No golden moons, no great wonders, nothing impressive. The woman laughed softly. He nearly left. Elias smiled. He could imagine it. Many travelers might overlook such a place. The woman continued. Then an old gardener asked him a question. The stream flowed gently beneath the bridge. The silver moons swayed overhead. The valley seemed to listen. Would you plant an acorn today and expect an oak tree tomorrow? The question lingered, simple, obvious, yet difficult to argue with. The woman nodded. The traveler laughed. Of course not. A bird crossed the sky above the grove. The woman smiled. The gardener simply replied. Her eyes sparkled with quiet amusement. Then why do you expect your own life to grow any differently? For a moment, only the sound of flowing water remained. The lesson settled naturally into the afternoon. The grove itself seemed built around that truth. Nothing here was unfinished. Nothing here was behind. Everything was simply becoming. The woman resumed walking. The path carried them deeper into the valley. As they continued, Elias noticed small wooden plaques beside certain trees. Most contained only a single word: patience, hope, kindness, curiosity, courage. The words appeared simple, yet each seemed carefully chosen. He eventually paused beside one marked wonder. The tree beside it remained young. Its silver moons glowed softly among the branches. The woman noticed his interest. Every tree in this valley is dedicated to something worth growing. Her voice carried warmth, not achievements, not possessions. The sunlight filtered through silver leaves overhead. Qualities. The realization felt perfectly suited to the orchard, a place concerned less with arriving and more with becoming. The path eventually led toward the center of the valley. There, upon a gentle hill, stood the youngest tree Elias had yet seen. Its trunk was thin, its branches small. Only a handful of silver moons rested among its leaves. Yet despite its youth, it stood proudly beneath the sky. The woman smiled. This tree was planted only a few years ago. The breeze stirred the grass around them. Many visitors assume it has the least value. Her gaze rested upon the little tree, but every ancient grove began exactly like this. The statement carried a quiet beauty. Elias looked across the valley. Thousands of young trees stretched toward the horizon. Some would require years before their moons turned gold, others even longer. Yet none seemed concerned. None seemed impatient. They simply continued growing beneath the sun, beneath the rain, beneath the passing seasons, trusting that their time would come. The woman folded her hands comfortably. The orchard teaches many lessons. Her eyes drifted across the silver valley. But perhaps this grove teaches the gentlest one. The afternoon light shimmered among the branches. The stream sang softly below, and everywhere, silver moons reflected the promise of things still becoming. Beautiful beginnings, she said quietly, are beautiful too. For a long while, neither spoke. The grove required no further explanation. It simply existed, patient, hopeful, and filled with the quiet magic of things yet to come. Several days passed peacefully within the orchard of golden moons. The rhythm of the place settled naturally around Elias. Mornings arrived with silver mist drifting through the groves. Afternoons unfolded beneath warm sunlight and gentle breezes. Evenings brought the soft glow of countless golden moons awakening among the branches. The orchard never seemed hurried, never seemed concerned with tomorrow. It simply continued being itself. And the longer Elias remained there, the more he understood why so many travelers remembered the place long after leaving it behind. One evening, shortly before sunset, the elderly woman invited him on another walk. This time they followed a pathway leading beyond the familiar groves. The route climbed steadily toward the highest hills in the orchard. As they walked, the landscape gradually changed. The moon trees became older. The spaces between them widened. The air felt cooler, fresher. The village disappeared far below. Soon only rolling hills and endless sky surrounded them. The climb was gentle, never difficult, only long enough to allow the world below to slowly unfold. Eventually, they reached the crest of the highest hill Elias had yet visited. The woman stopped. For a moment, she said nothing. Instead, she simply gestured toward the horizon. Elias looked and immediately understood why. The entire orchard stretched beneath them, valleys, groves, streams, villages, moonlit pathways. Everything lay visible from this height. The sight felt almost endless. Golden moons were already beginning to awaken among the distant trees. Small lights appeared throughout the landscape, then more and more, until the hills seemed scattered with stars. The woman smiled. This place is called the Hill of Seasons. The evening breeze moved softly around them. Why? Elias asked. The woman looked across the orchard. Because from here, people begin to understand something important. The sun hovered low above the horizon. Its golden light washed gently across the valleys below. The orchard glowed beneath the evening sky. The woman pointed toward a distant grove. What season do you see there? Elias studied it. The trees carried mostly silver moons. Young trees, new beginnings. Spring, he answered. The woman nodded, then pointed elsewhere. Another grove shimmered with rich golden fruit, mature, radiant, filled with abundance. Summer. Again she nodded. A third valley carried deeper shades of gold and amber. Its moons glowed warmly beneath the fading sunlight. Autumn. And finally, upon a distant hillside, stood trees nearly bare. Only a few moons remained among their branches. Quiet, peaceful, resting. Winter. Elias slowly looked across the orchard once more. All 4 seasons existed at the same time, not separately, together. The realization felt strangely profound. The woman seemed pleased. Most people imagine life moves neatly from one season to another. Her voice remained gentle. The sky slowly deepened toward evening, but it rarely does. The orchard below shimmered with growing light. A person may experience beginnings in one part of life. She pointed toward the silver groves, while experiencing endings somewhere else. Her hand moved toward the autumn valleys. They may be learning, growing, letting go, starting again, all at the same time. The lesson settled softly into the silence. From this height, the orchard truly appeared alive, with different seasons unfolding together. No single valley represented the whole. Each was only one chapter of a much larger story. The woman folded her hands comfortably. Many travelers become discouraged when they find themselves in winter. The last edge of sunlight touched the horizon. They forget that other seasons still exist. The first stars began appearing overhead. They forget that spring is often already on its way. The words lingered in the evening air, warm, hopeful, gentle. Below them, the golden moons awakened one by one. Thousands of lights spread across the hills. The orchard transformed into a sea of quiet radiance. For a long while, they remained upon the hill, watching the stars appear, watching the valleys glow, watching different seasons, resting side by side. And gradually, Elias understood another truth the orchard had been teaching all along. No season lasts forever, not the difficult ones, not even the beautiful ones. Each arrives, each offers its lessons, and each eventually makes room for something new. The woman smiled as though sensing the thought. The orchard knows. Her gaze remained upon the glowing landscape. It has watched countless seasons come and go. The breeze moved gently through the grass. The stars brightened overhead, and somewhere far below, among the golden groves, lanterns began appearing in the village. The woman looked toward them, then back at Elias. "Tomorrow evening," she said softly, "the harvest of moons begins." The words carried quiet excitement, not urgency, not spectacle, only anticipation, as though the orchard itself had been patiently preparing for a special moment. Far below, golden lights continued spreading across the hills, and for the first time since arriving, Elias sensed that the orchard's greatest celebration was about to begin. The following day unfolded with a quiet sense of anticipation. Nothing in the orchard appeared rushed. No one hurried through the pathways. No bells rang. No announcements echoed across the hills. And yet, everywhere Elias looked, small signs of preparation could be seen. Villagers decorated doorways with silver ribbons. Children carried baskets woven from pale willow branches. Lanterns were carefully cleaned and polished. Tables appeared beneath ancient trees. Fresh flowers were placed along garden paths. The entire orchard seemed to be preparing for an occasion it had celebrated many times before, an occasion that needed no explanation, only participation. As afternoon drifted toward evening, the golden moons throughout the orchard began glowing more brightly than usual. Their radiance deepened. Warm amber light spread across the hills. The pathways shimmered softly. The valleys glowed. Even the streams appeared touched by gold. The orchard felt alive, not energetic, not noisy, simply awake, as though it recognized the arrival of something meaningful. Shortly before sunset, the elderly woman met Elias in the village square. The great tree overhead glowed magnificently. Hundreds of golden moons illuminated the gathering below. Families filled the square. Neighbors greeted one another warmly. Travelers and villagers stood side by side. No one seemed separate from anyone else. The celebration belonged to everyone. The woman smiled. Tonight is one of the orchard's oldest traditions. Together, they began walking toward the western hills. Many others followed the same pathways. Yet, despite the growing crowd, the atmosphere remained remarkably peaceful. Conversations stayed soft. Laughter drifted gently through the air. The mood felt more like gratitude than excitement. The procession gradually left the village behind. Golden lanterns guided the way. The sky deepened into shades of lavender and silver. The first stars appeared overhead. Eventually, they arrived at a vast hillside, overlooking much of the orchard. Elias immediately understood why people had gathered there. The view was extraordinary. Thousands upon thousands of glowing moons stretched across the valleys below. Every grove shimmered beneath the night sky. The entire orchard appeared transformed into a sea of golden light. For a moment, no one spoke. The beauty required silence. Then, as the final traces of sunlight disappeared beyond the horizon, something remarkable happened. A single golden moon detached itself from a nearby branch. Elias blinked, certain he had imagined it. But then another followed, and another. The moons drifted gently into the air, not falling, floating, rising, like lanterns carried upward by invisible currents. Soft murmurs of wonder spread through the crowd. Soon dozens floated above the hills, then hundreds, then thousands. Golden moons ascended slowly into the night sky. Their light reflected across valleys and streams. The orchard glowed beneath them. The heavens glowed above them. For a brief moment, it became impossible to tell where earth ended and stars began. Elias watched in awe. The floating moons moved peacefully among the constellations. No sudden motion, no spectacle, only grace, only beauty. The woman stood beside him. Her eyes reflected countless lights. This is the harvest of moons. Her voice was almost a whisper. Elias followed one glowing moon as it drifted skyward. What happens to them? The woman smiled. The answer seemed familiar to her. They go where they are needed. The response sounded more poetic than literal, yet somehow it felt true. The orchard was a place that often spoke through symbols, through stories, through lessons hidden within beauty. The floating moons continued rising. Some disappeared among the stars. Others drifted beyond distant hills. Each followed its own path, its own timing, its own destination. Around them, villagers watched quietly. No one tried to hold the moons back. No one mourned their departure. Instead, the gathering seemed filled with gratitude, as though letting go was simply another part of the season. The woman rested her hands comfortably before her. The orchard teaches many lessons about growth. Her gaze followed the glowing lights overhead. But growth alone is not enough. The night breeze moved gently through the grass. Eventually, every gift must be shared. Another moon floated free from a nearby tree. Then another, and another. The sky became filled with golden travelers. The woman smiled softly. What good is light if it never leaves the branch? The question lingered, warm, simple, beautiful. Below them, countless trees continued glowing. Above them, countless moons continued rising. And between them stood the people of the orchard, watching, celebrating, trusting, understanding that some of life's most meaningful moments arrived not when something was gained, but when it was finally ready to be given away. For a long while, Elias remained upon the hillside, watching golden moons drift toward the stars, watching the orchard shine beneath the night, and feeling as though he had stepped into one of the stories travelers would remember for the rest of their lives. The harvest of moons continued long into the night. Golden lights drifted steadily upward from every corner of the orchard. Some rose alone, others traveled together for a time before gently separating among the stars. The sight never became ordinary. No matter how many moons floated skyward, each one felt meaningful, unique. A quiet farewell wrapped in light. Eventually, the gathering upon the hillside began to disperse. Families returned toward the village. Lanterns moved slowly along the pathways. Soft conversations drifted through the night air. Yet many people lingered, including Elias. The elderly woman remained beside him. Neither felt any need to hurry away. The orchard seemed especially peaceful tonight, as though the celebration had revealed something the landscape had always known. For a while, they simply watched. The stars above, the glowing hills below, the final moons continuing their journey into the heavens. At last, the woman spoke. There is one final place I would like to show you. Her voice carried the same calm warmth as always. Not mystery, not secrecy, only gentle invitation. Elias followed as she led him away from the hillside. The pathway climbed gradually through the darkness. Golden moons illuminated the route ahead. The orchard grew quieter with every step. Soon the sounds of the celebration faded completely. Only the breeze remained. The stars and the distant glow of the valleys below. The path eventually reached a small hill overlooking the entire orchard. Unlike the other viewpoints Elias had visited, this place held no structures, no benches, no stone circles, only a single tree standing alone beneath the night sky. Its branches stretched gracefully above the hilltop. Silver leaves shimmered softly in the starlight, and hanging from one branch was a single moon. Not gold, not silver, something in between. A soft pearl-colored light glowed within it, gentle, peaceful, unlike any moon Elias had seen before. The woman smiled when she noticed his curiosity. This tree grows only one moon each year. They approached slowly. The hilltop felt remarkably still, almost sacred, not because of ceremony, because of simplicity. The lone moon swayed gently in the breeze. The woman rested a hand upon the tree's trunk. This is called the waiting tree. The name immediately felt appropriate. Elias looked toward the pearl-colored moon. It doesn't join the harvest. The woman shook her head. No. Her smile softened. It remains. The stars shimmered overhead. The valleys below glowed with fading gold. Everything seemed to pause around the little tree. The woman continued. Long ago, people wondered why. Her gaze remained upon the moon. They thought perhaps it was unfinished. Perhaps it had failed to ripen. The branches rustled softly, but over time they discovered something. Elias listened. The woman looked toward him. Not everything is meant to leave. The words settled gently into the night. Simple, yet profound. The orchard taught patience, growth, sharing, letting go. But now it offered another lesson. Some things deserved to remain. The woman folded her hands comfortably. A traveler may leave home and return wiser. Her eyes reflected the pearl-colored light, but they still return home. The breeze moved through the grass. A person may share kindness freely with the world. She smiled, but still keep kindness within themselves. The moon swayed overhead. A season may end, yet its memories remain. The lesson felt different from the others, balanced, complete. The orchard did not celebrate holding on to everything, nor did it celebrate letting go of everything. It understood the value of both. For a long while, they sat beneath the waiting tree. The night deepened around them. The final harvest moons disappeared among the stars. The valleys grew quieter. The celebration gradually came to an end. Yet the pearl-colored moon remained, steady, patient, content. At last, the woman looked across the orchard. Thousands of groves stretched toward the horizon, some silver, some gold, some preparing for future seasons, others completing the present one. The entire landscape seemed connected. Every lesson, every tree, every season, part of a larger whole. The woman smiled. The orchard has one final gift for travelers. Elias glanced toward her. She looked toward the eastern horizon, where the first hint of dawn would eventually appear. Tomorrow morning. Her eyes sparkled gently. You'll see it. The answer revealed nothing, and yet somehow felt complete. The orchard had never rushed its lessons. It would not begin now. So beneath the waiting tree, surrounded by stars and silence, Elias waited with quiet curiosity for whatever tomorrow might bring. Elias awoke before sunrise. The orchard still rested beneath the final moments of night. Outside his window, countless groves lay wrapped in soft darkness. The golden moons had dimmed. The stars lingered overhead, and a deep, peaceful stillness covered the hills. For a moment, he simply listened. No voices, no footsteps, only the faint sound of wind moving through distant branches. Then he remembered the woman's words. The orchard has one final gift for travelers. Tomorrow morning, you'll see it. Quiet curiosity accompanied him as he left the village. The pathways were empty. Most of the orchard still slept. Silver mist drifted across the valleys. The world seemed suspended between night and day. He followed the familiar trail toward the hill where the waiting tree stood. The journey felt different this morning, not because the path had changed, because something felt complete. The lessons of the orchard seemed to travel beside him. Patience, growth, seasons, beginnings, letting go, remembering. Each one had arrived gently, never forced, never explained more than necessary. The orchard had trusted him to discover them for himself. By the time he reached the hilltop, the eastern horizon had begun to brighten. Soft shades of blue and silver spread across the sky. The waiting tree stood exactly as before, quiet, graceful. The pearl-colored moon still hung among its branches. The elderly woman was already there. Of course she was. She sat comfortably beneath the tree, watching the horizon. A warm smile appeared as Elias approached. "Good morning. Good morning." The words felt almost ceremonial, not because they carried importance, because they belonged perfectly to the moment. Together they watched the dawn approach. Neither felt any need to speak. The orchard below remained wrapped in mist. The valleys appeared dreamlike, almost unreal. Then the first rays of sunlight touched the horizon. Golden light spilled slowly across the hills. The mist began to glow. The groves awakened. Silver leaves shimmered. Streams reflected the growing day. And suddenly, Elias saw it. Throughout the orchard, thousands of tiny lights appeared. Not golden moons, not lanterns, something else. Every droplet of morning dew resting upon every leaf began reflecting the sunrise. The entire orchard sparkled. Millions upon millions of tiny points of light covered the landscape. Every tree, every branch, every blade of grass. The hills seemed transformed into a sea of diamonds. The sight was breathtaking, yet unlike the harvest of moons, unlike the glowing groves, unlike the floating lights. This beauty would not last. Already some droplets were disappearing beneath the warmth of morning. The woman smiled. The final gift. Elias could barely look away. The orchard glittered beneath the rising sun. The effect seemed almost impossible, as though the stars themselves had settled upon the earth during the night. They call it the dawn bloom. Her voice remained soft. It happens only after the harvest. The light spread farther across the valleys. More reflections awakened. More sparkling brilliance appeared. For several moments, neither spoke. The beauty required nothing. No explanation. No lesson. Simply attention. Yet eventually, the woman looked toward him and gently asked, "What do you notice?" The question felt familiar. The orchard often preferred questions to answers. Elias watched the shining landscape. The dew was already fading. Some lights vanished almost as soon as they appeared. Yet somehow that made them more beautiful, not less. At last he smiled. "It doesn't last." The woman nodded. The sunlight warmed the hills. More droplets disappeared. More sparkles faded. Yet the beauty remained extraordinary. Exactly. Her eyes reflected the morning light. Some things are precious because they stay. She glanced toward the waiting tree. The pearl-colored moon still hung among its branches. Others are precious because they don't. The realization settled gently into the silence. The orchard's lessons suddenly felt complete, not contradictory, balanced. Some things deserved patience. Some deserved trust. Some deserved sharing. Some deserved remembering. And some moments existed simply to be appreciated before they passed. Like dawn, like dew, like seasons, like journeys, the sunlight continued spreading across the valleys. Gradually, the sparkling lights disappeared, one by one, until only ordinary leaves remained. Ordinary grass, ordinary trees, yet none of it felt ordinary anymore, because Elias had seen what existed there when the light was right. The woman rose slowly from beneath the waiting tree. The orchard stretched peacefully around them, bright now beneath the morning sun. The harvest was over. The dawn bloom had faded. Another season was beginning. She smiled. "Now you understand why travelers return home, carrying the orchard with them." Elias looked across the hills one final time. The groves, the valleys, the pathways, the seasons living side by side. And quietly, he realized she was right. Some places remained with a person long after the journey ended. The orchard of golden moons was one of those places. Several days later, it was time to leave. The realization arrived quietly, not suddenly, not with sadness, simply with certainty. The orchard had never been a place that encouraged rushing, nor was it a place that encouraged staying forever. Like every season, every lesson, and every moon upon its branches, journeys eventually reached their natural moment of departure. The morning was calm. A gentle breeze drifted through the village. Golden sunlight rested comfortably upon rooftops and gardens. Birdsong floated through the air. The orchard seemed exactly as it always had. Peaceful, patient, content. Elias packed his belongings slowly. His journal now contained many new pages. Thoughts gathered beneath moonlit groves. Observations written beside quiet streams. Lessons discovered upon hillsides. Memories preserved among words. The journal felt heavier than before, not because of its weight, because of what it carried. Outside, villagers moved through their usual routines. Gardeners tended flowers. Children crossed pathways on small errands. Neighbors exchanged familiar greetings. Life continued naturally, as though departures and arrivals were simply part of the orchard's rhythm, which perhaps they were. Before leaving, Elias walked one final time through the village. The great tree still stood at the center of the square. Its branches stretched proudly above the rooftops. Golden moons glowed among its leaves, not as many as before the harvest, yet enough to fill the square with warmth. The sight made him smile. The orchard had shared much of its light, yet still possessed more to give. A lesson hidden within the landscape itself. Eventually, he found the elderly woman seated beneath the tree, exactly where they had first met. Sunlight filtered through the branches overhead. Golden patterns danced across the ground. For a moment, neither spoke. The silence felt familiar now. Comfortable, the woman smiled. "You'll be leaving today." It was not a question. Elias nodded. "I think so." The woman seemed pleased, not because he was leaving, because he understood when it was time. The breeze stirred softly around the square. The golden moons swayed overhead. For several moments, they simply watched the village together. At last, Elias spoke. "Will I ever find this place again?" The woman laughed softly, not dismissively, kindly. "Asking that question means you probably will." The answer carried the same gentle mystery. The orchard always seemed to prefer. The woman folded her hands comfortably. Most travelers spend their first visit trying to find the orchard. Her eyes reflected the golden light above. The second visit is different. Elias listened. They discover the orchard was never really hidden. The statement lingered, familiar somehow, as though it connected many of the lessons he had encountered there. The orchard existed within patience, within growth, within gratitude, within attention. Perhaps those things had always been present. The orchard had simply taught him how to notice them. The woman rose from the bench. Together, they walked toward the western edge of the village. The pathway wound gently between moon trees. Their branches shimmered beneath the morning sun. Eventually, they arrived at the same road Elias had followed upon entering. The hills stretched beyond, rolling gently toward distant horizons. New journeys waited somewhere beyond them. The woman stopped. For a moment, they simply stood together. The orchard spread peacefully behind them. Golden groves, silver valleys, moonlit pathways, a place of seasons, a place of patience, a place of quiet wonder. The woman smiled. There is one last thing. Elias waited. The breeze moved softly through the branches. Sunlight shimmered among the leaves. The woman looked toward the orchard, then toward the road ahead. Never be afraid of becoming. The words were simple, yet they seemed to gather every lesson of the orchard into a single thought. Never be afraid of growing slowly. Never be afraid of beginning. Never be afraid of changing seasons. Never be afraid of becoming what time and patience are helping you become. The woman placed a gentle hand upon his shoulder, then stepped back. The moment felt complete. No grand farewell was needed. The orchard understood that meaningful things rarely required many words. Elias adjusted the strap of his satchel. The road waited. The horizon waited. The next chapter waited. He offered a final smile, then continued forward. The path curved gradually away from the orchard. For a while, golden groves remained visible behind him, then only distant hills, then only memory. Yet somehow the orchard did not feel left behind. Its lessons traveled beside him, like rainfall from the conservatory, like lanterns from the river, like dreams from forgotten gardens. The hidden library's world continued, unfolding one gentle chapter at a time. And somewhere ahead, beyond distant skies and wandering roads, another destination waited, a place few travelers ever found, a place resting high above the clouds, a place where the stars seemed close enough to touch. The observatory above the clouds, and as the road carried him toward the horizon, the morning sunlight warmed the countryside around him. The journey continued, peacefully, patiently, exactly as it should. The road beyond the orchard wound gently through rolling countryside. Golden hills stretched beneath the afternoon sun. Small streams wandered through meadows. Wildflowers nodded softly in the breeze. The world felt calm, Yet something within Elias had changed. Not dramatically, not all at once, only in the quiet way seasons changed a landscape. The orchard of golden moons remained behind him, and yet it seemed present in everything he noticed. A lone flower growing beside a stone wall, a sapling reaching toward the sky, a farmer patiently tending fields that would not be harvested for many months. Everywhere he looked, the same lesson appeared: growth, patience, trust. The orchard had not given him answers. It had given him a way of seeing. As afternoon slowly drifted toward evening, Elias reached the crest of a gentle hill. Below lay a peaceful valley. A narrow river reflected the sunlight. Clusters of trees lined its banks. Several cottages rested among fields of tall grass. Thin ribbons of chimney smoke rose into the sky. The sight reminded him of many places he had visited, and many places still waiting to be discovered. He sat beneath a broad oak tree overlooking the valley. The shade felt pleasant, the breeze cool. For a while, he opened his journal. The familiar pages rustled softly. Carefully, he turned through the entries written during his stay in the orchard. The moon gate, the grove of quiet beginnings, the hill of seasons, the harvest of moons, the waiting tree, the dawn bloom. Each memory rested upon the pages like pressed flowers preserved between chapters of a book. At last, he reached a blank page, the final page he would dedicate to the orchard. For several moments, he simply watched the valley below, listening, thinking, remembering. Then he began to write. The orchard taught me that becoming is not a race. The trees never hurried. The seasons never worried. The moons never compared themselves to one another. Everything arrived when it was ready. Everything grew according to its nature. Everything trusted the journey. He paused. The wind moved gently through the oak leaves overhead. Birds crossed the sky on their way home. Then he wrote one final sentence. Perhaps wisdom is simply learning to trust the seasons of our own lives. The words felt complete. Nothing more needed adding. He closed the journal. The evening sun continued descending toward the horizon. Golden light spread across the valley. The fields glowed. The river shimmered. The world seemed wrapped in warmth. For a long while, Elias simply sat beneath the tree, watching the day slowly transform into evening, watching shadows lengthen across the countryside, watching another beautiful moment arrive without effort, without urgency, without demand, just as the orchard would have wanted. Eventually, he rose and continued along the road. The first evening stars began appearing overhead, one by one, quietly, patiently. Ahead, the road curved toward distant hills. Beyond those hills waited new stories, new discoveries, new lessons hidden within forgotten places. But there was no need to hurry toward them. The journey would unfold when the time was right. It always did. And as twilight settled across the countryside, Elias walked onward beneath the growing stars. The road stretched ahead. The world remained wide with wonder. And somewhere far behind him, among moonlit groves and golden hills, the orchard of golden moons continued glowing softly beneath the night, waiting for future travelers, waiting for future seasons, waiting for those who needed its lessons, exactly when they were ready to receive them. Night settled gently across the countryside. The road stretched onward beneath a sky filled with stars. Elias walked at an easy pace. There was no destination for the evening, no village he needed to reach before dark, no appointment waiting beyond the next hill. Only the road, the stars, and the peaceful feeling of moving forward. The air carried the pleasant coolness that often arrived after sunset. Crickets sang softly among the grasses. Occasionally, an owl called from a distant grove of trees. Everything felt calm, comfortably so. After some time, Elias noticed the land gradually beginning to rise. The rolling hills of the countryside were giving way to higher ground. The road climbed steadily upward, not steeply, only enough to offer wider views with every passing mile. Behind him, valleys rested beneath silver moonlight. Ahead, dark ridges stretched toward the horizon. The landscape felt different here, more open, more spacious. The sky seemed larger somehow, as though the world were slowly lifting itself closer to the stars. Near midnight, Elias reached a broad plateau overlooking miles of countryside. He paused. The sight was beautiful. Countless stars filled the heavens above. Far below, tiny village lights shimmered across distant valleys. The world seemed suspended between earth and sky. For a while, he simply stood there, watching, listening, breathing in the cool night air. Then something unusual caught his attention. Far ahead, near the horizon, a faint silver light glowed among the mountains. At first, he assumed it was moonlight, yet the light remained steady, focused, almost deliberate, unlike the scattered lights of villages below. This glow appeared high above the world, perched somewhere among distant peaks. Elias narrowed his eyes. The light seemed impossibly far away, yet somehow inviting. A beacon resting among the stars. The sight stirred a familiar feeling. Not certainty, not excitement, curiosity, the quiet kind that often appeared before the beginning of a new chapter. he remembered the elderly woman's final words. Never be afraid of becoming. The orchard had spoken often about timing, about trusting the road, about allowing journeys to unfold naturally. Perhaps this was the next step, not chosen through planning, simply discovered when the time was right. The silver light continued shining in the distance, patient, steady, waiting. Eventually, Elias left the road and settled beneath a nearby cedar tree. The ground was soft with fallen needles. The night air remained pleasantly cool. Above him, the stars glittered in extraordinary numbers, more than he could ever hope to count. The longer he watched them, the more he understood why people throughout history had looked upwards searching for meaning. The stars seemed ancient, yet comforting, distant, yet familiar. They had watched over every road, every traveler, every dream, long before he had begun his journey, and they would continue shining long after. The thought felt strangely peaceful, not because it made him feel small, because it reminded him that he belonged to something vast and beautiful. A gentle breeze moved through the cedar branches overhead. The stars shimmered. The silver light upon the distant mountains remained visible, and gradually, as the night deepened around him, Elias closed his eyes. Sleep arrived softly, like moonlight settling upon still water. And far away, beyond the mountains and clouds, a silent observatory waited beneath the stars, waiting for the next traveler to find his way there. The following morning arrived beneath a sky of soft silver clouds. The air felt fresh, cool, filled with the scent of distant pine forests carried upon the breeze. Elias resumed his journey shortly after sunrise. The countryside behind him gradually faded into memory. The familiar valleys of the orchard gave way to higher ground. The road climbed steadily through rolling hills. Stone outcroppings appeared more frequently. The trees grew taller, older. Their branches stretched high above the path, creating long corridors of shade and sunlight. As the morning unfolded, the distant silver light he had seen during the night occasionally appeared between the mountains ahead, always far away, always waiting. The sight reminded him of a star resting upon the earth, a destination not yet reached, yet already shaping the journey. By midday, the road entered a vast pine forest. The change was immediate. The sounds of open countryside disappeared behind him. The world became quieter, more sheltered. Sunlight filtered through countless branches overhead. Golden beams drifted across moss-covered ground. The forest carried a peaceful stillness, unlike any place Elias had visited recently. Not empty, not silent, simply calm, as though the trees themselves were listening. The road narrowed, then gradually became a woodland path. Needles carpeted the ground beneath his boots. Birdsong echoed occasionally among the branches. Somewhere nearby, a stream flowed unseen through the forest. The atmosphere felt ancient, timeless. After several hours, Elias noticed something unusual. Small wooden markers had begun appearing beside the trail. Simple signs carved from weathered cedar. Most carried no words, only symbols: stars, moons, clouds, and occasionally a circle surrounded by tiny points of light. The carvings seemed old, very old, yet carefully maintained, as though someone still visited them from time to time. Curiosity accompanied him forward. The markers appeared more frequently as the afternoon passed. Each one pointed toward the mountains, toward the distant silver light, toward whatever waited beyond the clouds. Eventually, the forest opened into a broad clearing. Elias paused. At its center stood an enormous stone. The boulder rose higher than a cottage roof. Its surface had been smoothed by centuries of wind and rain, and carved upon its face was a map, not of roads, not of villages, a map of the night sky. Thousands of stars covered the stone. Constellations spread across its surface in intricate patterns. Silver mineral veins shimmered among the carvings, causing portions of the map to glow softly beneath the afternoon sun. The sight was extraordinary. Elias stepped closer. The craftsmanship appeared ancient, yet remarkably precise. Every line had been cut with patience and care. The map seemed less like a monument and more like a gift, a message left for travelers. Near the bottom of the stone, a short inscription had been carved. The letters were weathered with age, yet still readable. It said, "Those who walk long enough beneath the stars eventually discover that they have been guiding them all along." The words settled gently into the clearing. The forest breeze moved softly through the surrounding pines. The stone remained silent, patient, like the orchard, like the conservatory, like many places Elias had encountered throughout his journey. A lesson hidden within beauty. For a long while, he studied the star map, tracing constellations with his eyes, following paths carved among distant lights. The longer he looked, the more the map seemed to reveal. Not directions, perspective, a reminder that every traveler walked beneath something larger than themselves, something ancient, something steady. Eventually, he continued onward. The pathway beyond the clearing began climbing more noticeably. The mountains felt closer now. Their peaks rose above the treetops in the distance. Clouds drifted lazily around them, and there, visible once again between two towering ridges, shone the silver light, brighter than before, closer than before. The sight filled him with quiet anticipation, not because he wished to arrive quickly, because the destination felt worthy of patience. The remainder of the afternoon passed peacefully. The forest gradually thinned. The air became cooler, the terrain more rugged. Yet the journey never felt difficult, only purposeful. As evening approached, Elias reached a ridge overlooking a vast sea of clouds. The sight stopped him immediately. White clouds filled the valleys below like an endless ocean. Mountain peaks rose above them like islands. The setting sun painted everything with gold and rose-colored light. The world seemed transformed, half sky, half dream. Far beyond the cloud sea, high upon a distant summit, stood a structure, small from this distance, yet unmistakable, a round tower crowned with glass. Its silver dome reflected the evening sky, and from its highest window shone the same steady light he had followed for days. The observatory above the clouds. At last he had seen it. Not clearly, not completely, only enough to know it was real. The sun slowly descended toward the horizon. Golden light drifted across the sea of clouds. The observatory remained visible upon its distant peak, waiting patiently, as though it had been expecting travelers for a very long time. The observatory remained visible long after sunset. Its silver dome reflected the final traces of daylight. The steady beacon shining from its highest window glimmered softly above the sea of clouds. From this distance, it seemed almost unreal, like a star that had chosen to rest upon a mountain peak. Elias remained upon the ridge until darkness settled fully across the world. The sight felt worth remembering. Below him, the cloud sea slowly transformed beneath moonlight. The endless white valleys became rivers of silver. Mountain summits rose like quiet islands drifting through a luminous ocean. The entire landscape seemed suspended between earth and sky. At last, he continued onward. The pathway followed the ridgeline for several miles before descending gently into a sheltered basin among the mountains. Tall pines surrounded the area. A narrow stream wound between smooth stones. Wildflowers clustered beneath moonlit branches. The place felt peaceful, a natural resting place for travelers crossing the high country. Elias settled beside the stream for the evening. The sound of flowing water accompanied the night, soft, steady, comforting. Above the trees, countless stars filled the sky. They appeared brighter here than anywhere he had previously traveled. Perhaps because the mountains carried him closer to them, or perhaps because there were fewer distractions, less distance between the world and wonder. For a long while, he sat beside the stream, watching the stars reflected upon the water. Each ripple transformed the constellations into shifting patterns of light. The sight reminded him of lanterns floating along a river, a memory from another chapter of his journey. The hidden library often seemed to connect places in unexpected ways. Lessons echoed, memories returned, discoveries revealed deeper meanings over time. Eventually, sleep arrived. The mountains rested beneath starlight. The observatory shone far above the clouds, and the journey quietly continued through dreams. Morning arrived cool and bright. Sunlight filtered through the pines. The stream sparkled beside the path. Fresh mountain air filled the valley. After a simple breakfast, Elias resumed walking. The road ahead climbed steadily upward. The forest gradually changed as elevation increased. The trees became shorter, more widely spaced. Wild grasses replaced many of the dense woodlands. Stone cliffs appeared alongside the trail. Clouds drifted past at eye level. Occasionally, entire sections of the mountains disappeared into soft white mist before reappearing moments later. The higher he climbed, the more the world below seemed to fade away. Villages disappeared. Roads vanished. Even distant valleys became hidden beneath layers of cloud. Only mountains remained. Mountains and sky. Near midday, the trail rounded a rocky slope and entered a narrow pass. The stone walls rose high on either side, weathered by centuries of wind. Their surfaces contained countless veins of silver crystal that shimmered beneath the sunlight. The passage felt ancient, as though generations of travelers had walked there before him. Halfway through the pass, Elias noticed something unusual. Small brass instruments stood upon stone pedestals beside the trail. At first glance, they resembled telescopes, yet they pointed not toward the heavens, toward the surrounding landscape, toward the mountains, toward the clouds. Curious, he approached one. The craftsmanship appeared remarkable. Polished metal, intricate gears, glass lenses still perfectly clear, despite their age. He looked through it. The view surprised him. A distant mountain peak appeared magnified, but more than that, details invisible to the naked eye became clear. Birds gliding upon air currents, cloud shadows drifting across cliffs, waterfalls hidden among rocky valleys, entire worlds concealed within the landscape. Elias lowered the instrument slowly. The observatory was still far away, yet its influence seemed to reach throughout the mountains. The instruments felt less like tools, more like invitations, reminders to look more carefully, to notice what might otherwise be overlooked. A small plaque beneath the telescope carried a brief inscription. Its words had been engraved long ago, yet remained easy to read. Distance often hides beauty, but attention reveals it. The message made him smile. Another lesson, another gentle reminder, hidden along the road. The trail continued climbing. The pass gradually widened. The sky opened above him. Clouds drifted slowly across brilliant blue expanses. And for the first time, the observatory appeared much larger upon the distant summit. Its glass dome glittered beneath the afternoon sun. Its towers rose gracefully above the clouds. No longer a distant star, no longer merely a beacon. Now it felt like a place, a real destination waiting among the heavens. The sight filled Elias with quiet anticipation, not because the journey was ending, because another story was preparing to begin. And somewhere high above the cloud sea, the keepers of the observatory were already watching the sky. The afternoon passed beneath clear mountain skies. The observatory remained visible for much of the journey now. No longer a distant glimmer, no longer a mysterious light upon the horizon. Its silver domes reflected sunlight above the clouds. Elegant towers rose from the mountaintop. Large windows caught the sky and returned it as shimmering reflections. The closer Elias came, the more the structure seemed less like a building and more like part of the mountain itself, as though it had grown there naturally over many years. The trail continued upward through high meadows filled with alpine flowers. Small white blossoms clustered among the grasses. Pale blue flowers swayed in the mountain breeze. Butterflies drifted lazily from bloom to bloom. Everything felt surprisingly gentle for such a lofty place. The mountains possessed strength, yet they also possessed tranquility. The two seemed perfectly capable of existing together. By late afternoon, clouds moved below the trail more often than above it. Elias realized he had climbed higher than many of the drifting mist banks. The realization felt extraordinary. Entire valleys now rested beneath blankets of white. Occasionally, a mountain peak emerged through the cloud sea, then disappeared again. The landscape changed constantly, yet remained peaceful, as though the world were breathing slowly around him. Eventually, the trail reached a broad stone terrace overlooking the western horizon. Several benches had been carved directly into the rock. Nearby stood a small shelter built from pale stone and cedar wood. The structure appeared old, yet beautifully maintained. A place designed for travelers. A place intended for rest. Elias stepped inside. The shelter contained little: a stone hearth, several wooden chairs, a shelf holding a few carefully preserved books, and beside the window sat an elderly man reading quietly. The man looked up as Elias entered. Warm eyes greeted him. A gentle smile followed. Not surprised, not curious, almost as though visitors arrived exactly when expected. "Good evening." His voice carried the calm confidence of someone entirely at home among the mountains. "Good evening." The man closed his book carefully. "The observatory." Elias smiled. "I think so." The old man laughed softly. "A great many travelers pass through here thinking so." The response felt strangely familiar, like something the woman from the orchard might have said. The old man gestured toward an empty chair. "There's still some daylight left." His eyes drifted toward the observatory, visible through the window. But the mountain often teaches patience before arrival. Elias sat. The shelter felt wonderfully peaceful. The scent of cedar wood lingered in the air. Outside, the cloud sea glowed beneath afternoon sunlight. The observatory shone far above. Waiting, the old man poured 2 cups of tea from a small kettle resting near the hearth. Steam curled gently upward. The aroma carried hints of mountain herbs and wildflowers. For a while, they simply enjoyed the warmth, the quiet, the view. Eventually, the old man looked toward the horizon. Most travelers believe the observatory is a place for studying stars. The statement sounded reasonable enough, yet something in his tone suggested more. Elias listened. The old man smiled. "They are not wrong." His fingers rested lightly upon the teacup. "But they are not entirely right either." The mountain breeze brushed softly against the windows. Clouds drifted below. The observatory remained motionless upon its summit. The old man continued. "The stars are important." His gaze lifted briefly toward the sky. "They help us understand distance." Then he looked toward the cloud sea below. "And perspective." The words lingered. The same way, many lessons throughout the journey seemed to linger. Simple on the surface, deeper with reflection. The old man seemed content to leave them unexplained. Instead, he stood and walked toward a large window facing west. Elias joined him. Together, they looked across the endless horizon. The sun had begun its slow descent. Golden light spilled across the clouds. The entire sky glowed. Then the old man pointed. Far away, nearly hidden among the distant mountains, another observatory appeared. Tiny, barely visible. Then another beyond that, and another, scattered across impossibly distant peaks. Elias blinked in surprise. He had never noticed them before. The old man smiled. Most people don't. The clouds sea shimmered beneath the evening light. The observatory above the clouds is not alone. The revelation carried a quiet sense of wonder. An entire network hidden among mountains, watching the skies, watching the world, connected across vast distances. The old man folded his hands behind his back. Each one studies something different. His voice softened. Some observe stars. Some observe weather. Some observe time. The sunlight deepened into amber and gold. And some observe travelers. The final statement carried gentle amusement. Not mystery, not warning, only warmth. The observatories suddenly felt less like buildings, more like caretakers, guardians of knowledge, quietly serving the world from above the clouds. As evening settled across the mountains, the first stars began appearing overhead. One by one, patiently, the observatory upon the summit glowed softly against the darkening sky, closer now than ever before, near enough to touch tomorrow. And as Elias watched its silver windows catch the final light of day, he felt the familiar sensation that always arrived before an important discovery. Not excitement, not anticipation, simply readiness. Tomorrow, at last, he would reach the observatory. Night settled quietly around the mountain shelter. The final colors of sunset faded from the horizon. The cloud sea below transformed into a vast silver landscape beneath the moon. Stars appeared in extraordinary numbers overhead. Bright, clear, unhurried, the higher mountains seemed to belong to a different world after dark. A world of silence, a world of sky, a world where the stars felt close enough to touch. After sharing a simple evening meal, Elias and the old man returned to the terrace outside. Several lanterns glowed softly beside the stone benches. Their warm light contrasted gently against the cool silver of moonlight. The observatory remained visible above them. Its windows shone like distant stars resting upon the mountain. For a long while, neither spoke. The mountains seemed to encourage quiet reflection. The old man appeared perfectly comfortable with silence. Eventually, he pointed toward the heavens. Do you know why people have always loved the stars? Elias followed his gaze. The night sky stretched endlessly above. Thousands upon thousands of lights filled the darkness. Some bright, some faint, some appearing almost timeless. I'm not sure. The old man smiled. Most people think it's because the stars are beautiful. His eyes reflected the constellations overhead. And they are. The mountain breeze drifted softly across the terrace. But beauty is only part of the reason. The stars continued shining, patiently, steadily, exactly as they had for countless generations. The old man folded his hands comfortably. The stars remind people that they are part of a larger story. The statement settled gently into the night. The cloud sea shimmered below. The observatory glowed above. The stars watched over everything. The old man continued. A traveler walks one road. His gaze moved toward the mountains. A village lives through one season. His eyes returned to the sky. A person experiences one lifetime. The stars sparkled overhead, but the sky, a faint smile appeared. The sky remembers them all. For several moments, only silence remained. Not empty silence, thoughtful silence, the kind that allows an idea to settle naturally. Elias looked upward again. The stars suddenly felt different, not distant, connected. Every traveler throughout history had stood beneath them. Every dreamer, every explorer, every storyteller. The same sky had watched them all. The realization carried unexpected comfort. The old man seemed pleased. The observatory teaches many things. His voice softened, but perhaps its most important lesson is perspective. The word felt familiar. He had heard it before, at the stone map, at the mountain instruments, and now again. The journey itself seemed preparing him for something. The old man rose slowly. Come. Together, they crossed the terrace toward a narrow staircase built into the mountainside. The steps climbed a short distance to a small platform overlooking the eastern sky. Nothing stood there except a circular stone table. Its surface had been polished smooth by time. Carved into the stone was a detailed map of the constellations. Silver lines connected stars across the table. Moonlight reflected softly from the engravings. The craftsmanship was remarkable, ancient, precise, beautiful. The old man rested one hand upon the table. Long before the observatories were built, travelers gathered around maps like this. The stars shone above them. The stone map shimmered below. They shared stories. His smile warmed. They compared journeys. They taught one another what they had learned. The mountain air remained cool and peaceful. The sky became a meeting place. The idea felt strangely beautiful, not because people met beneath the stars, because they were connected by them, separated by distance, united by wonder. The old man looked toward the observatory, glowing upon the summit. Knowledge is important. His voice remained gentle. But wisdom is different. The stars seemed brighter than ever. Knowledge helps us understand the world. A breeze moved softly across the platform. Wisdom helps us understand our place within it. The words settled into the night. Simple, quiet, true. For a long while, they remained beside the ancient star table, watching constellations drift across the heavens, watching moonlight move across the mountains, watching the observatory shine patiently above the clouds. Eventually, the old man smiled. Tomorrow, his eyes reflected distant starlight. You'll discover why the observatory was built. The answer revealed nothing more. Yet somehow it felt sufficient. The mountains had taught patience. The orchard had taught patience. The hidden library itself seemed built upon patience. Not every door opened immediately. Some opened exactly when the traveler was ready. And as the stars continued their slow journey across the sky, Elias sensed that tomorrow would reveal another of those doors, one that had been waiting quietly above the clouds all along. Morning arrived in complete stillness. No wind moved across the mountains. No clouds drifted through the valleys. Even the trees seemed unusually quiet. The world felt suspended between breaths. Elias awoke shortly before sunrise. For a moment, he remained beside the window of the shelter, watching the eastern horizon slowly brighten. Below, the sea of clouds stretched endlessly toward distant mountains. Its surface appeared smooth as polished silver. Above, the final stars lingered in the fading darkness. And high upon the summit, the observatory waited, closer now than it had ever been. The old man was already awake. A small kettle rested above the hearth. The scent of mountain herbs filled the room. He greeted Elias with the same calm smile, as though mornings among the clouds always began this way. After a simple breakfast, they stepped outside together. The air felt cool and wonderfully fresh. Sunlight had not yet reached the higher peaks. Everything remained wrapped in soft blue shadows. The old man looked toward the summit. The mountain offers a gift this morning. Elias followed his gaze. The observatory stood against the brightening sky, silent, patient, waiting. What gift? The old man's eyes twinkled. You'll see. The answer felt entirely expected. Together, they began climbing the final section of the trail. The path wound steadily upward along the mountainside. Stone steps appeared more frequently now. The craftsmanship suggested that many travelers had passed this way over the years. Yet, despite the care devoted to the route, nothing felt crowded. Nothing felt disturbed. The mountain still belonged to itself. As they climbed, the sky brightened. Gold slowly replaced silver along the horizon. The first rays of sunlight touched distant peaks. One by one, mountains awakened across the world. Then something extraordinary happened. The sea of clouds below began glowing, not reflecting sunlight, producing it. At least, that was how it appeared. Soft rivers of golden light flowed beneath the clouds. Countless luminous pathways emerged throughout the valleys. The effect resembled hidden roads made entirely of sunrise. Elias stopped. The sight felt impossible. The old man smiled. The sky rivers, golden currents, continued appearing beneath the clouds. Some curved through valleys. Others stretched toward distant mountains. The entire landscape transformed into a map of living light. What causes them? The old man folded his hands comfortably. Morning. The answer carried gentle amusement. Then he elaborated. The rivers, streams, and lakes below reflect the first sunlight before the clouds fully awaken. The mountains glowed brighter with every passing moment. The clouds hide the water. His smile deepened, but not the light. For several minutes, they watched the phenomenon unfold. The golden rivers seemed to connect distant regions of the world. Villages, forests, mountains, places seen and unseen, everything linked by hidden pathways beneath the clouds. The sight felt strangely meaningful. The old man appeared to notice. Many travelers believe only what they can see. His gaze remained upon the glowing landscape, but some of the most important connections remain hidden. The lesson settled softly into the morning. The sky rivers gradually faded as the sun climbed higher. The clouds brightened. The golden pathways disappeared. Yet their memory remained vivid. Another gift of the mountain. Another lesson revealed through beauty. The climb continued. The summit now felt close. Very close. The observatory towered above them. Its silver domes reflected the growing daylight. Large circular windows glittered among pale stone walls. Elegant bridges connected various sections of the structure. Gardens occupied sheltered terraces. The building seemed less like an institution and more like a sanctuary, a place created for careful observation, a place devoted to wonder. Eventually, they reached a broad stone staircase. It rose directly toward the main entrance. At the top stood enormous doors, crafted from silver gray wood. Constellations had been carved across their surface. Stars, moons, comets, planets, the entire sky preserved within intricate patterns. The craftsmanship rivaled anything Elias had seen during his travels. For a moment, neither moved. The old man allowed the silence to settle. Then he looked toward Elias. Most travelers expect answers when they arrive here. The morning sunlight warmed the summit. The observatory gleamed against the heavens. The old man's smile carried quiet wisdom, but the observatory was never built for answers. His eyes reflected the sky. It was built for better questions. The words lingered, gentle, mysterious, inviting. Then, without ceremony, he climbed the final steps toward the doors, and together they entered the observatory above the clouds. The doors of the observatory above the clouds opened without sound. No creaking hinges, no heavy movement, only a gentle release, as though the observatory itself had quietly welcomed them inside. Elias stepped forward and immediately felt as though he had entered a place where time moved differently. The entrance hall was enormous, yet peaceful. The ceiling rose high above them, disappearing into soft darkness. Large glass panels surrounded the walls. Through them, the mountains and clouds remained visible. The outside world was never hidden. It was simply viewed from a different perspective. Warm golden lamps illuminated the interior. Their light reflected across polished stone floors. Curved staircases rose toward higher levels. Bridges crossed open spaces. Everywhere Elias looked, there were instruments, ancient telescopes, delicate clocks, crystal spheres, maps of stars, models of planets. But unlike a museum filled with forgotten objects, everything here felt alive, maintained, cared for, as though every instrument still had a purpose. The old man noticed his expression. Many visitors believe the observatory is filled with machines. He smiled, but it is filled with conversations. Elias looked around. Conversations. The old man nodded. Between people and the sky, they continued deeper into the observatory. The halls curved gently around the mountain. Large windows revealed different views with every turn. One moment, Elias saw endless clouds below. The next, distant peaks glowing beneath sunlight. Another window revealed the stars beginning to appear despite the daylight outside. The observatory seemed designed not only to observe the universe, but to appreciate it. Eventually, they entered a circular chamber. The room was unlike anything Elias had seen before. At the center stood a magnificent telescope. It was larger than any building instrument he had encountered. Its polished metal frame stretched toward an enormous glass dome above. The dome slowly rotated, following the movement of the sky. Around the chamber were countless shelves filled with journals, thousands of books, hundreds of maps, records of discoveries made over generations. The old man walked toward the shelves. Every traveler who visits the observatory leaves something behind. Elias looked surprised. a discovery. Sometimes the old man touched the spine of an old journal, sometimes a question. He moved along the shelves, sometimes simply a memory. The idea felt deeply connected to the hidden library. Not every important thing was a secret waiting to be uncovered. Some things were simply experiences worth preserving. The old man selected a small journal from the shelf. Its cover was worn, its pages aged, yet it appeared carefully protected. He opened it. Inside were handwritten notes, drawings of stars, descriptions of skies seen from distant places, thoughts from travelers who had stood beneath the same heavens. This belonged to a young explorer. The old man smiled. Many years ago, Elias listened. He arrived here believing he needed to discover something no one had ever discovered before. A familiar lesson emerged: the desire to find something extraordinary, to leave behind a remarkable achievement. The old man turned a page. After many months, he wrote his final entry. He reads softly, "I came searching for a new star. Instead, I discovered a new way of looking at the old ones." The words remained in the chamber, quiet, beautiful. Elias looked toward the massive telescope. The instrument suddenly seemed different, not a tool for finding distant things, a tool for changing how one sees familiar things. The old man closed the journal. The greatest discoveries are not always new places. His voice echoed gently through the circular room. Sometimes they are new understandings. The chamber remained peaceful. Outside, clouds drifted below the observatory. Above, the sky stretched endlessly. The old man walked toward the telescope. "Would you like to see something?" Elias smiled. Yes. The old man adjusted several delicate controls. The telescope moved slowly, gracefully, almost silently. Then he stepped aside. Elias looked through the lens. At first, he saw only darkness. Then the image became clear. A distant region of the sky appeared before him. Countless stars filled the view, some bright, some faint, some surrounded by soft clouds of color. The sight was breathtaking. Yet then he noticed something unexpected. Among the stars was something familiar. A tiny blue world, a planet, a place filled with oceans, forests, mountains, villages, people home. The realization touched him unexpectedly. From this distance, the world seemed incredibly small, yet impossibly precious. The old man spoke quietly. "The sky changes how we see things." Elias remained looking through the telescope. From far away, even the largest worries become smaller. The stars continued shining. The world continued turning. The universe continued unfolding. And somehow, rather than making him feel insignificant, the view made him feel connected, part of something vast, part of something beautiful, part of a story much larger than himself. Slowly, he stepped away from the telescope. The chamber remained exactly as before, quiet, warm, filled with endless possibilities. The old man smiled. Now you understand why travelers return here. Elias looked around the observatory. The instruments, the journals, the windows opening toward the heavens. The place was not built to make people feel small beneath the stars. It was built to remind them that they belonged among them. The observatory above the clouds carried a unique kind of silence, not the silence of emptiness, the silence of attention. Every room seemed created for noticing. The movement of stars, the changing colors of the sky, the quiet passage of time, the gentle rhythm of the universe. As Elias continued exploring the observatory, he discovered that every section served a different purpose. There were rooms filled with instruments designed to study distant planets, rooms dedicated to recording weather patterns across mountains and valleys, rooms where travelers wrote observations about places they had visited, and rooms where people simply sat beside windows and watched the sky. Those rooms interested Elias most. They contained no complicated machines, no ancient devices, only comfortable chairs, warm lamps, large windows, places designed for reflection. The old man noticed. "You like these rooms?" Elias smiled. "I think so." The old man nodded. "Many people do." They entered one of the largest viewing chambers. The ceiling was completely made of glass. During the day, sunlight filled the room. At night, it became a window into the stars. Along the curved walls were hundreds of small drawers. Each drawer carried a name. Elias approached one. "What are these?" The old man opened a drawer carefully. Inside was a small collection of handwritten notes. Memories. The answer surprised him. Visitors leave them here. The old man smiled. Not discoveries, not achievements, just moments they wished to remember. Elias looked through the notes. One described watching the first snowfall of winter from the mountain peak. Another described seeing a family of birds return to the same valley after many years. Another described a quiet evening spent watching clouds move beneath the stars. Small moments, simple moments, yet each had been considered important enough to preserve. The old man watched him reading. The universe is filled with extraordinary things. His voice remained gentle, but people often remember the quiet ones. The thought felt familiar. It reminded Elias of the journal Mira had given him, the pages he had filled with small observations. A baker placing warm bread in a window, mist gathering among trees, rain falling upon an empty road, moments that seemed ordinary until they were truly noticed. The observatory seemed to understand the same truth. Attention gave memories somewhere to remain. The old man led him toward another section of the chamber. Here the drawers were empty, hundreds of them, waiting. Elias looked curious. These are for future travelers, the old man explained. Every generation adds new memories. The idea felt beautiful. The observatory was not only preserving the past, it was making room for the future, a place where countless journeys could exist together, a library of moments, a collection of human wonder, a quiet reminder that every traveler carried something worth sharing. Eventually, they reached the highest level of the observatory. The final room was smaller than Elias expected, almost simple. At the center stood a circular table. Upon it rested a single object, a small glass sphere. Inside the sphere was a tiny image of the night sky. The stars inside moved slowly, changing, shifting, following patterns too subtle to notice at first. The old man approached. This is the heart of the observatory. Elias looked at it carefully. What does it do? The old man smiled. Nothing. The answer surprised him. The old man continued. And everything. The sphere continued, glowing softly. It does not predict the future. It does not reveal secrets. It does not provide answers. The stars within moved gently. It simply reminds us to look. The simplicity of the explanation felt deeply meaningful. The observatory did not exist to control the sky. It existed to appreciate it, to observe, to wonder, to remain curious. The old man placed a hand near the glass sphere. Many years ago, the founders of this place asked a question. Elias listened. They wondered what people would lose if they stopped looking upward. The room remained quiet, and their answer was simple. The stars within the sphere continued moving. They would lose a sense of possibility. The words settled warmly. Possibility, a feeling Elias had encountered throughout his journey. Inside the hidden library, along the river of lanterns, within forgotten gardens, beneath endless rain, among golden moons, and now above the clouds, every place offered a different doorway into the same truth. The world was larger, more beautiful, and more connected than it first appeared. The old man looked toward the window. The evening sky had begun changing colors. Soon the stars would appear. Soon the observatory would awaken fully. "Tonight," he said softly, "you will see why this place was built above the clouds." Elias followed his gaze. Beyond the glass, the horizon stretched endlessly. The first evening stars appeared, one by one, patiently, quietly, and somewhere beyond the mountain peaks, the sky prepared to reveal one of its oldest stories. The evening arrived slowly above the clouds. The last golden light of the sun disappeared behind distant mountain peaks. The sky changed from warm amber to soft violet, then deeper and deeper until the first stars began appearing. From the highest levels of the observatory, Elias watched the transformation in complete silence. The view was unlike anything he had experienced before. Below him, clouds stretched endlessly across the valleys. Above him, stars awakened one by one. The observatory stood between two worlds, between earth and sky, between the familiar and the unknown. The old man joined him beside the great glass window. For a while, neither spoke. The silence felt natural, like the observatory itself was encouraging them to simply witness the moment. Eventually, the old man pointed toward the horizon. "Look carefully." Elias followed his gaze. At first, he saw only stars, countless stars. Then slowly, he noticed something unusual. A faint line of light appeared across the sky. Not a star, not a cloud, a pathway, a ribbon of soft silver stretching between distant constellations. It was almost impossible to see, yet once noticed, it became unmistakable. The old man smiled. The celestial path. The words carried quiet wonder. Elias watched as the silver pathway gradually became brighter. It did not illuminate the sky. It simply revealed itself as though it had always existed, waiting for the right moment to be noticed. "What is it?" The old man looked upward. "Something people have searched for many generations." The answer was gentle, not mysterious, simply thoughtful. "Is it a road through the stars?" The old man smiled. "Not exactly." He walked toward the center of the room. "It is a reminder." The observatory remained peaceful around them. The sky is always changing. The silver pathway continued glowing above the mountains. Stars move, planets travel, seasons pass. His eyes returned to Elias, but some connections remain. The lesson felt familiar, like the orchard, like the river, like every meaningful place Elias had encountered. The world changed constantly, yet certain things continued, connecting everything together. The old man opened a large book resting upon a nearby table. Its pages were filled with drawings of the sky, maps, notes, observations from countless travelers. This path appears only at certain times. Elias looked closer. How often? The old man turned several pages. No one knows exactly. The answer carried a quiet smile. Some say once in a lifetime. Others say whenever someone is ready to notice it. The idea felt perfectly suited to the observatory. Not everything valuable appeared according to a schedule. Some discoveries arrived when attention and timing met. Together they watched the celestial path. The silver ribbon stretched across the heavens, connecting distant points of light. The old man spoke softly. When people first built this observatory, they wanted to understand the universe. The stars shimmered. They built larger telescopes, created detailed maps, recorded endless observations. The pathway glowed brighter, and slowly they discovered something unexpected. Elias listened. The more they learned about the sky, the old man smiled. The more they realized how much remained unknown. The thought brought no disappointment, only wonder. There was comfort in mystery, a reminder that the world would always hold something beyond understanding. The observatory did not exist to remove wonder. It existed to protect it. For a long while, they remained there, watching the stars, watching the pathway, watching the universe quietly unfold. Eventually, Elias noticed something. The celestial path seemed to point toward different places, not locations on a map, moments, memories, possibilities. The old man noticed his expression. "What do you see?" Elias thought carefully, then answered, "A connection." The old man smiled. Exactly. The answer felt complete. The sky above them was not a collection of separate lights. It was a vast relationship, every star part of a larger pattern, every journey connected to another, every traveler adding something to the story. The old man returned to the glass window. The hidden library has many doors. Elias looked at him. The old man continued. Most travelers search for where those doors lead. The stars continued shining. But the wiser question is, a pause, why they appeared. The words remained with Elias. Throughout his journey, every destination had appeared at the right moment. Every path had revealed itself gradually. The doors were never random. They arrived when he had become ready to walk through them. The celestial path slowly faded as the night continued, not disappearing suddenly, simply becoming quieter, returning to the stars. The old man watched it vanish. Some wonders are meant to be found. His voice softened, and some are meant to be remembered. The observatory grew peaceful again. The stars remained. The mountains rested below. The clouds drifted silently through the valleys. And Elias understood that the greatest discoveries were not always the things he carried home. Sometimes they were the ways the world had changed how he looked at it. The following morning arrived quietly above the clouds. The observatory rested beneath a pale blue sky. The stars had disappeared with the arrival of daylight, yet the feeling of the night remained. The memory of the celestial path stayed with Elias, not as a mystery waiting to be solved, as a beautiful moment waiting to be remembered. The old man found him near the eastern terrace, the same place where the sky rivers had appeared days before. Together, they watched the morning light slowly spread across the mountains. The cloud sea below began changing colors: soft silver, warm gold, gentle shades of rose. Every sunrise seemed different from this height. Every morning carried its own quiet story. "You will leave today." The old man's words were calm, not sad, not surprised. Elias looked toward the observatory. After so many days of traveling toward this place, the thought of leaving felt unusual, not because he wanted to stay forever, because the observatory had become another meaningful chapter in his journey. The old man smiled. Every traveler eventually reaches the end of a road. He looked toward the mountains, but endings are often only another kind of beginning. The words reminded Elias of every place he had visited: the hidden library, the clockmaker's quiet halls, the river of floating lanterns, the garden where forgotten dreams rested, the house where every window glowed, the conservatory of whispering rain, the orchard beneath golden moons, and now this place above the clouds. Each destination had ended, yet none had truly disappeared. They remained within him, in memories, in lessons, in small changes he carried forward. The old man handed Elias a small object, a simple silver compass. It was beautifully crafted. Unlike ordinary compasses, it had no directions marked upon its face, only a single word engraved beneath the glass: "Notice." Elias looked up. "What does it point toward?" The old man smiled. "Nothing." A familiar answer. The same kind of answer the heart of the observatory had offered. Then he continued, "It does not tell you where to go." The compass rested gently in Elias's hand. "It reminds you how to travel." The idea felt meaningful. A traveler did not only need a destination. A traveler needed awareness, the ability to see, to listen, to appreciate, to remain open to unexpected beauty. Elias placed the compass carefully inside his satchel, a new memory among many others. Before leaving, the old man guided him through one final part of the observatory. a small room hidden behind the highest tower. The chamber was simple, almost empty. A single window faced the entire horizon. No instruments, no books, no maps, only a chair beside the glass. This is where the founders came when they needed to remember why they built this place. Elias stepped closer to the window. The view was extraordinary. Every mountain, every cloud, every valley, everything connected beneath the open sky. The old man continued. They discovered that knowledge can fill many rooms. His voice became softer, but understanding often needs only a quiet place to sit. Elias remained near the window. The lesson felt like the heart of the observatory, not the telescope, not the instruments, not even the stars. The quiet moment between looking and understanding. The space where wonder became wisdom. For several minutes, they simply watched the world below. Eventually, the old man opened the door. The time had arrived. Outside, the mountain path waited. The journey would continue. Elias stepped onto the terrace one final time. He looked back at the observatory. The silver domes reflected sunlight. The windows shimmered. The entire structure seemed peaceful, alive, not like a place saying goodbye, like a place saying, until another journey. The old man stood beside him. You have learned what many travelers spend years discovering. Elias smiled. What is that? The old man looked toward the sky. That wonder is not something you find once. The clouds drifted slowly beneath them. It is something you continue carrying. The words followed Elias as he began descending the mountain. The observatory remained above the clouds, quiet, patient, watching the skies, watching travelers, waiting for another person who would climb the mountain and discover that the universe had always been offering more than answers. It had been offering connection. The path down the mountain felt different from the path upward. Elias noticed it almost immediately. The stones were the same. The trees were the same. The clouds still drifted peacefully through the valleys. Yet something within him had changed. When he had first climbed toward the observatory, he had been following a distant light, a mystery, a destination, a place waiting to be discovered. Now, as he descended beneath the clouds, he carried something quieter, a feeling, a deeper understanding, the realization that journeys were not only measured by the places they reached, they were measured by the ways those places changed the traveler. The morning remained gentle. Birds moved between the mountain trees. Small streams followed the slopes beside the path. The air carried the scent of wild herbs and fresh rain. Every detail seemed clearer, not because the world had changed, because Elias was paying closer attention. The silver compass rested safely inside his satchel. Occasionally, he touched it, not to check a direction, only to remember, notice. A simple word, yet one that seemed connected to everything he had learned. As he continued downward, the mountain gradually revealed familiar sights. The stone paths, the ancient star map, the sheltered valley where he had rested. Each place carried a memory. Each memory carried a lesson. The mountain no longer felt like a place he had visited. It felt like a conversation, one that would continue long after he had left. By afternoon, Elias reached the forest below the clouds. The tall pines welcomed him again. Their branches moved softly in the breeze. Sunlight passed through the leaves in golden patterns. The forest seemed unchanged, yet he noticed things he had missed before. Small flowers growing beside the roots of ancient trees, tiny streams hidden beneath moss-covered stones, the delicate movements of birds among the branches, the quiet beauty of things that had always existed, things waiting patiently to be noticed. As evening approached, Elias reached the clearing where the ancient star map stood. The great stone remained exactly as before. The carved constellations still shimmered softly beneath the fading light. He stopped beside it. For a while, he simply looked. The message carved upon the stone felt different now, not because the words had changed, because he had. Those who walk long enough beneath the stars eventually discover that they have been guiding them all along. Elias smiled. The stars had guided him, but not always toward places. Sometimes toward understanding, toward patience, toward appreciation, toward the quiet moments that made a journey meaningful. He rested a hand upon the stone, then continued onward. The road ahead stretched through valleys and forests. Beyond them waited more paths, more doors, more places hidden somewhere within the endless world. The hidden library was never truly finished. There were always new rooms, new stories, new discoveries waiting beyond the next turn. That evening, as Elias walked beneath the fading sky, he opened Mira's journal. He found an empty page. For a moment, he considered what to write. The observatory had given him countless memories. The stars, the cloud rivers, the celestial path, the quiet rooms where travelers preserved their moments. So many things worth recording. Yet, after thinking carefully, he wrote only one sentence. Sometimes the greatest distance we travel is the distance between seeing something and truly noticing it. He closed the journal. The words rested among all the others. A new memory, a new lesson, a new piece of his journey. night slowly arrived. The first stars appeared above the trees, the same stars that had watched over the observatory, the same stars that had guided countless travelers before him. Elias continued walking beneath them. The road remained quiet. The world remained peaceful. And somewhere beyond the hills, beyond the forests, beyond places known and unknown, another door inside the hidden library waited patiently, not calling, not rushing, simply waiting for the right traveler at the right moment. For every journey had its own rhythm. Every discovery had its own season, and every story had a place where it belonged. The days that followed the observatory above the clouds became quieter, not empty, quiet in the way a peaceful evening becomes quiet after the last candle has been lit. Elias continued along familiar roads and unfamiliar paths, through forests, across valleys, beside rivers that carried reflections of changing skies. The world seemed to move at a gentler pace. Perhaps it had always moved this way. Perhaps he was simply learning to notice. Each morning brought small discoveries. A flower opening toward the sunlight, a bird returning to the same branch, a farmer leaving fresh fruit beside a roadside path for travelers passing by. Tiny acts of kindness, small moments of beauty, things that rarely appeared in grand stories, yet somehow remained among the most memorable. The silver compass stayed inside his satchel. He never used it to choose a direction. Instead, it became a reminder to look closer, to listen longer, to appreciate the ordinary. One evening, several weeks after leaving the mountains, Elias reached a quiet village surrounded by wide fields. The village was small, only a few streets, a handful of cottages, a little market square beneath old trees. Nothing about it appeared extraordinary. Yet as he entered, he felt the same familiar warmth he had discovered in many places along his journey. The warmth of people caring for simple things, a baker arranging bread before sunset, a gardener watering flowers beside a wooden fence, a child carefully placing stones along a garden path. Everyone seemed connected to their surroundings. Everyone seemed present. Elias found a small inn near the village center. The owner welcomed him kindly. The room was simple. A wooden bed, a small desk, a window overlooking the village. As evening settled, Elias sat beside the window. He watched lights appear one by one, golden windows glowing against the approaching night. The sight reminded him of another place, the house where every window glowed. Again, he understood something. Places were not only remembered through their appearance, they were remembered through feelings. A window was never only a window. A garden was never only a garden. A road was never only a road. Everything carried a story. That night, Elias opened Mira's journal. The pages had become filled with memories. Rain, lanterns, gardens, moonlight, stars. So many places, so many lessons. He turned to the final empty pages. For a moment, he wondered if he should begin a new journal. Then he smiled. Perhaps a journey was never truly complete. Perhaps there were always more pages waiting. He wrote about the observatory, not the size of the towers, not the beauty of the instruments, not even the wonders hidden among the stars. Instead, he wrote about the quiet room with a chair beside the window, the place where nothing extraordinary happened, and yet everything felt meaningful, because sometimes the most important discoveries were not the ones that changed what we knew. They were the ones that changed how we looked. After writing, Elias closed the journal. Outside, the village had become peaceful. The sounds of the day faded. The streets grew quiet. The stars appeared above the rooftops. And for a while, he simply listened. The wind, the distant sounds of evening, the gentle rhythm of life continuing around him. The journey through the mountains had ended, but the feeling it left behind remained. A reminder, a quiet companion, a way of seeing the world. The following morning, Elias prepared to continue. Before leaving, the innkeeper handed him a small package. For the road, Elias looked surprised. "I didn't order anything." The innkeeper smiled. "No." He glanced toward the horizon. But travelers often need reminders. Inside the package was a small piece of parchment. Nothing more. Elias unfolded it. Only one sentence was written. "Keep looking upward, but remember the beauty beneath your feet." He smiled. Another lesson, another quiet gift. He placed the parchment inside his journal, then stepped onto the road. The village disappeared behind him slowly. The fields stretched ahead. The morning sun warmed the path, and somewhere far beyond the horizon, hidden among forests, rivers, and forgotten corners of the world, another door waited. Another story rested quietly. Another journey would begin when the time was right. The road ahead stretched through open countryside. Gentle hills rolled beneath a pale morning sky. Fields of wheat moved softly with the wind, like waves across a golden sea. Elias walked at an unhurried pace. There was no urgency in his steps anymore. No distant light pulling him forward. Only the steady rhythm of movement and the quiet presence of everything around him. Occasionally, he would pause, not to rest, only to notice the shape of clouds shifting above distant trees, the sound of wind passing through tall grass, the way sunlight changed as it touched different surfaces. Everything felt more present than before, as though the world had become less of a backdrop and more of a companion. By midday, he reached a small bridge crossing a slow-moving river. The water was clear. It reflected the sky so perfectly that it became difficult to tell where one ended and the other began. Elias stood there for a while, watching, listening. The river moved gently beneath him, carrying leaves, carrying light, carrying small fragments of the world onward without hurry. He thought about the observatory again. Not the telescope, not the stars, but the silence between discoveries, the moments when understanding quietly arrived without announcement. The old man's words returned to him. Some things are not meant to be found quickly. They are meant to be noticed slowly. Elias crossed the bridge. On the other side, the path narrowed slightly and entered a grove of trees. The air became cooler. Shadows moved softly across the ground. Birds called from somewhere deeper within the forest. The grove felt familiar in a strange way, not because he had been there before, but because it carried the same feeling as many places he had already visited. A sense of calm attention, a sense that everything mattered in its own quiet way. As he walked deeper into the grove, Elias noticed something unusual. Small wooden panels were attached to several trees along the path. Each one contained a simple drawing, not directions, not warnings, only images. A leaf falling into water, a lantern floating upward, a hand resting gently on stone, a sky filled with stars above a sleeping village. Elias studied each one as he passed. They felt less like signs and more like reminders. Reminders to slow down, to look, to feel, to be present. At the center of the grove stood a circular clearing. Sunlight filtered through the branches above, forming soft patterns across the ground. In the middle of the clearing was a stone bench, and beside it, an elderly woman tending a small garden. She looked up as Elias approached. Her expression was calm, welcoming, as though visitors were expected, not surprising. "Good afternoon," she said softly. Elias returned the greeting. The woman continued working with the soil for a moment, gently placing small plants into the earth. Then she patted her hands clean and gestured toward the bench. Most travelers pass through quickly. Her voice was gentle. They think the road is the important part. She smiled slightly. But the road only exists so we can notice what it passes through. Elias sat on the bench. The clearing felt peaceful, alive in a quiet way. The woman returned to her gardening. For a while, Neither spoke. The silence was not empty. It felt complete. After some time, Elias spoke. "Do many people stop here?" The woman nodded. "Some do." She planted another small flower. "Most only once." Elias looked around the clearing. The drawings on the trees, the careful arrangement of plants, the way everything felt intentional without being forced. "It feels like a place made for remembering," he said. The woman smiled without looking up. "Or a place made for not forgetting." The answer carried a quiet depth. Simple words, large meaning. She finished her work and sat beside him on the bench. Together they looked at the grove. The sunlight shifted slowly. Leaves moved gently in the breeze. The world continued without hurry. The woman spoke again. "When people begin traveling, they often think they are searching for something far away. A pause, but eventually they realize." She glanced at him. What they were searching for was also how to see what was already near. The words settled into the air, familiar, like lessons from the observatory, like echoes of the orchard, like threads connecting every place he had visited. Elias looked down at his hands, at the compass resting in his satchel, at the journey he had walked so far, and he understood something quietly. The road had never been separate from the destination. It had been teaching him how to arrive, not at places, but at understanding. As the afternoon light softened, Elias stood to continue his journey. The woman nodded once. "Travel gently." He smiled, "I will." Then he stepped back onto the path. The grove remained behind him, still, quiet, alive. And ahead, the road continued through fields and forests, carrying him forward into whatever story came next, not as something to chase, but as something to notice when it arrived. The road beyond the quiet grove continued beneath a sky painted with soft evening colors. Elias walked until the trees became fewer and the fields opened around him. The landscape stretched peacefully in every direction. Golden grass moved beneath the breeze. Small streams reflected the fading sunlight. Distant hills rested beneath layers of blue and silver. It was a familiar kind of beauty, not the overwhelming wonder of floating lanterns or hidden observatories, not the grand mysteries of ancient halls. Something simpler, something closer, the kind of beauty that could easily be missed if one was always searching for something extraordinary. Elias smiled as he walked. He thought about how many places he had visited, how many wonders he had witnessed, and yet, after everything, the greatest lessons seemed to return again and again. Pay attention, notice, be present. The journey had carried him through impossible places, but it had also taught him to appreciate ordinary ones. A warm room, a quiet road, a conversation beside a stream, a flower growing beside an old stone wall. Things that existed everywhere. Things waiting patiently for someone to truly see them. As twilight approached, Elias reached the edge of a wide meadow. At its center stood a single ancient tree. Its branches stretched outward like welcoming arms. Small lights hung among the leaves. Not lanterns, not magical flames, only tiny glass ornaments reflecting the last sunlight of the day. They moved gently in the breeze, creating a soft, peaceful sound. Like distant chimes, Elias approached the tree slowly. At its base rested a wooden box, weathered by time, carefully protected beneath a small stone covering. Curious, he opened it. Inside were letters, hundreds of them, each folded neatly, each carrying the marks of different travelers. Some were old, some appeared recent. For a moment, Elias wondered why they had been left there. Then he noticed a small wooden sign beside the box. It read, "For the moments you wish to remember." Elias sat beneath the tree. The evening light slowly disappeared. He opened one of the letters, only briefly, not enough to read another person's private words, only enough to see the beginning. A simple sentence. "I almost walked past this place." He closed the letter gently. The words were enough. He understood. Many beautiful things were almost missed, not because they were hidden, because people were moving too quickly. The thought stayed with him. He reached for his own journal. The pages were nearly full now. Rain, lanterns, gardens, windows, orchards, stars, clouds. So many memories, so many moments that had once seemed small. He turned to a blank page and wrote, "Today I learned that a journey does not become meaningful because of how far it takes you." He paused. The breeze moved through the leaves above him. Then he continued, "It becomes meaningful because of how deeply you experience the places along the way." He closed the journal. The sentence felt complete, not like the ending of a story, more like a page carefully placed among many others. Night arrived gently. Stars appeared above the meadow, the same stars that had watched over mountains, the same stars that had guided countless travelers. Elias rested beneath the ancient tree. For a while, he simply listened. The leaves, the wind, the quiet sounds of the sleeping world. There was no discovery waiting tonight, no hidden door, no distant mystery, only peace. And somehow, that felt like a discovery of its own. The next morning, Elias would continue. There would be other roads, other places, other doors inside the hidden library. But tonight, beneath the old tree and beneath the endless sky, he allowed himself to simply be still, because even travelers needed moments without searching, moments without questions, moments where the world offered nothing more than quiet beauty. And sometimes that was the most beautiful gift of all. Morning arrived softly beneath the ancient tree. The first sunlight touched the meadow with gentle warmth. Dew rested upon the grass like countless tiny mirrors. The glass ornaments hanging among the branches caught the light and created small reflections across the ground. For a few peaceful moments, Elias remained still. He listened to the meadow waking, the quiet movement of leaves, the distant song of birds, the gentle rhythm of another day beginning. There was something comforting about mornings like this. They did not ask for attention. They simply arrived, slowly, naturally, the way many beautiful things did. After preparing for the road, Elias placed the final letter back inside the wooden box. He closed the lid carefully. The letters belonged there, not because they were forgotten, because they had been remembered. He continued walking through the meadow. The path ahead followed the edge of a small forest. Beyond the trees, distant hills waited beneath the morning sky. The journey continued, but Elias noticed something different. Before every new road carried a question. Where would it lead? What would he discover? What mystery waited ahead? Now those questions remained, but they no longer carried impatience. Curiosity had become quieter, softer, more peaceful. The unknown was no longer something to reach quickly. It was something to welcome. By midday, Elias reached a small village surrounded by orchards. The sight immediately brought memories of golden moons and quiet gardens. Yet this place was different. The trees here were ordinary. The houses were simple. The roads were familiar. Still, there was a warmth throughout the village. People greeted one another openly. Children carried baskets of fruit. Gardeners worked among flowers beside their homes. The village seemed built around the idea that life was meant to be shared. As Elias walked through the streets, he noticed something unusual. Almost every house had a small wooden chair outside its entrance. Some were painted, some were old and worn, some were beautifully carved, but every home had one. Curious, Elias asked a villager about them. The woman smiled. Those chairs have been here for generations. What are they for? She looked toward the empty chair outside her own home. For anyone who needs a moment. Elias listened. A traveler, a neighbor, someone passing by. She smiled. Or someone who simply wants to sit and watch the evening arrive. The answer felt familiar. Another reminder kindness often appeared in simple forms: a chair, a cup of tea, a place beside a window. Small things, yet deeply meaningful. The woman invited Elias to rest for a while. He accepted. Together, they sat outside beneath the afternoon sun. They spoke about ordinary things, the changing seasons, the best paths through the nearby hills, the flowers that grew strongest after rain. Nothing extraordinary. And yet Elias found himself enjoying every moment. The conversation reminded him of the quiet garden in the conservatory, the elders' small personal garden, the place where nothing grand had existed, and yet everything had meaning. Eventually, the woman looked toward his satchel. "You have traveled far." Elias smiled. "Yes." "Have you found what you were searching for?" The question was gentle, not demanding. Elias thought carefully. At the beginning of his journey, he might have answered differently. He might have spoken about discoveries, hidden places, ancient secrets. But now he simply said, "I think I have found many things I did not know I needed." The woman smiled. A quiet understanding passed between them. As evening approached, Elias prepared to leave. Before he departed, the woman offered him a small wooden token. It was shaped like a chair, simple, carefully carved. "For your journey." Elias looked at it. "What should I remember?" The woman looked toward the road. "That every place can become a home for a moment." The words followed him as he continued onward. The village slowly disappeared behind him. The small chairs outside the homes became distant shapes, yet their meaning remained. The road continued beneath the evening sky. Elias walked with a lighter heart. He carried fewer questions, not because he knew everything, because he had learned to be comfortable with not knowing. The stars appeared above the horizon, the same stars that had watched over every chapter of his journey. And somewhere beyond the hills, another path waited, another doorway, another story inside the hidden library. The days after leaving the village passed peacefully. Elias continued along winding roads that crossed quiet valleys and gentle hills. The world seemed to move with the rhythm of the seasons. Morning arrived. The sun traveled across the sky. Evening settled. Stars appeared, and each day carried its own small collection of moments. There was a time when Elias would have searched for signs, a hidden message, a strange light, a mysterious doorway waiting at the edge of the road. But now he had learned something different. Not every meaningful moment announced itself. Some arrived quietly. A conversation, a view, a kindness from a stranger, a peaceful evening beneath an open sky. The journey itself had become a collection of discoveries. One afternoon, Elias reached a long stone pathway surrounded by wildflowers. The path stretched toward a small hill covered in ancient trees. At the top stood a wooden structure, not a house, not a tower, a simple resting place, a small shelter with an open doorway. Curiosity guided him upward. Inside, he found a room with only a few objects: a wooden table, a comfortable chair, a shelf filled with empty journals, and a large window facing the horizon. The room felt familiar, not because he had seen it before, because it carried the same feeling as many places within the hidden library. A place created for reflection, for remembering, for allowing thoughts to settle. On the table rested a small note. Elias picked it up. The handwriting was old. The message was short. Every traveler needs somewhere to place the thoughts they cannot carry while walking. He looked toward the empty journals on the shelf. Slowly, he understood. This was a place for travelers to rest their memories, not their belongings, their thoughts, their feelings, their quiet discoveries. Elias removed one journal from the shelf. The first pages were empty. The cover was simple. No decoration, no title, only a small symbol carved into the leather. A circle surrounded by tiny stars. The same symbol he had seen on the mountain markers. The same symbol connected to many places along his journey. He sat beside the window. For a long while, he watched the world outside. Clouds moving across distant hills, birds flying toward evening, the gentle movement of grass beneath the wind. Then he opened the journal. He did not write about the greatest wonders. He did not describe impossible places. Instead, he wrote about a quiet morning beneath an ancient tree, a chair outside a village home, a stranger offering kindness, a conversation that required no grand words. Small moments, important moments. The pages slowly filled, and Elias realized something. A journey was not only the places remembered by the traveler, it was also the moments remembered by the traveler. The difference was small, yet it changed everything. As the evening approached, Elias closed the journal. He placed it among the others on the shelf, not as a farewell, as a continuation. Someone else might discover it someday. Someone else might read those words. Someone else might remember to notice the quiet beauty around them. Outside, the sky turned golden. The shelter grew peaceful beneath the fading light. Elias stepped back onto the path. Before leaving, he looked once more at the small room, a place without grand magic, without extraordinary displays, yet somehow deeply meaningful, because sometimes the most magical places were not the ones that changed the world. They were the ones that quietly changed the person standing inside them. The road continued beneath the evening sky. The hills stretched ahead. The stars slowly appeared, and Elias walked onward, carrying fewer answers, carrying more understanding, and carrying the gentle reminder that every traveler, no matter how far they wander, always carries a small library within themselves. Several days later, the road brought Elias to the edge of a wide valley. He arrived just as evening was beginning. The sky above the valley glowed with soft shades of gold and lavender. A gentle breeze moved through the grasses. The distant hills seemed painted with the colors of approaching twilight. For a long while, Elias stood quietly at the overlook. The journey had carried him through many landscapes, moonlit orchards, gardens filled with forgotten dreams, rivers of lantern light, mountains above the clouds. Yet there was something about this ordinary valley that felt equally beautiful. Perhaps beauty had never depended upon rarity. Perhaps beauty depended upon attention. The thought stayed with him as he followed the path downward. The valley floor was peaceful. A narrow river wound through fields of wildflowers. Ancient willow trees leaned gently toward the water. The air carried the scent of summer grass and distant rain. As twilight deepened, Elias noticed small lanterns appearing throughout the valley. Not floating lanterns, not magical ones, simple lanterns hanging outside cottages and farmhouses. One by one, warm lights appeared across the landscape. The sight reminded him of stars emerging in the night sky, a constellation created by people rather than heavens. The comparison made him smile. The world often repeated its patterns in unexpected ways. Stars above, lanterns below, rivers in the sky, clouds upon the mountains, connections everywhere for those willing to notice them. As darkness arrived, Elias found a quiet place beside the river. A small wooden bench rested beneath a willow tree. The location seemed created for evenings exactly like this one. He sat. The river moved slowly nearby. Lantern light reflected softly upon its surface. Crickets sang among the grasses. Everything felt wonderfully calm. Elias removed Mira's journal from his satchel. The pages had become wonderfully worn through use. Corners softened, edges marked by travel. The journal no longer looked new. It looked lived in. He turned through the entries. The baker placing bread into a window. The rain whispering across distant hills. The orchard beneath golden moons. The observatory above the clouds. The countless moments gathered throughout the journey. Each memory carried a feeling. Each feeling carried a lesson. For a while, he simply read, not to remember, to appreciate. Then he reached the final remaining page. Only one blank page remained in the journal. The realization surprised him. It felt impossible that so much of the journey now lived within these covers. He looked across the river. Lanterns glowed throughout the valley. Stars shone overhead. The two seemed to mirror one another. For a moment, he wondered what should occupy the final page. Surely it should contain something important, something meaningful, something worthy of being last. Yet the longer he thought, the more he remembered the lessons of the observatory, the lessons of the orchard, the lessons hidden throughout the hidden library. Meaning rarely announced itself. The most important moments were often the quietest. Slowly, Elias opened the journal and wrote, "The world has always been filled with wonder." He paused. The river continued flowing. The lanterns continued glowing. The stars continued shining. Then he wrote, "The journey taught me how to see it." The sentence felt complete. Nothing more needed to be added. The page remained simple, yet somehow it contained everything. He closed the journal gently. For a while, he sat beneath the willow tree and watched the valley lights. No destination waited tonight. No mystery called from the darkness. No hidden path appeared among the hills. Only peace, only gratitude, only the quiet understanding that every step of the journey had mattered. The stars drifted slowly across the heavens. The river carried reflections downstream. The lanterns glowed warmly beside distant homes. And as Elias sat beneath the willow tree, he felt something rare. Not the excitement of discovery, not the curiosity of a new adventure. Contentment, the simple comfort of being exactly where he was, exactly when he was meant to be there. The kind of feeling travelers spend years searching for, only to discover it was quietly waiting beside them all along. The night beside the willow tree passed peacefully. The river continued its quiet journey beneath the stars. Lanterns glowed throughout the valley, until one by one they disappeared behind drawn curtains and sleeping homes. Eventually, only moonlight remained, silver reflections drifting across the water, soft shadows resting among the grass, and the endless sky watching over everything. When morning arrived, Elias awoke to the sound of birdsong. The valley shimmered beneath a light layer of mist. The river moved like a ribbon of silver through the fields. Everything felt fresh, renewed, as though the world had quietly turned a page during the night. For a while, he remained beside the river, not rushing to continue, simply appreciating the beginning of another day. The journal rested safely within his satchel, its its final page had been filled, its story complete. Yet strangely, the completion did not feel like an ending, only a milestone, one chapter closing so another could begin. The realization made him smile. Many things in life seem to work that way. Journeys, friendships, stories, even dreams. They rarely ended where people expected. The road eventually called him onward. The path followed the river for several miles before turning toward a series of gentle hills. Wildflowers covered the slopes. Butterflies drifted among them. The air carried the scent of sunlight, warming the earth. Everything seemed wonderfully alive. As the day passed, Elias found himself thinking less about destinations and more about moments. The observatory had changed something within him, not dramatically, not suddenly, like rain nourishing a garden. The change had happened quietly, patiently, almost invisibly. Yet it was there. He noticed more, appreciated more, hurried less. The world felt larger, not because he had traveled farther, because he had learned how to see more deeply. By late afternoon, the road reached the crest of a broad hill. Elias paused. The landscape stretched endlessly before him. Valleys, forests, rivers, villages, mountains resting faintly upon the horizon. Somewhere beyond those distant horizons waited future adventures, future stories, future doors within the hidden library. Yet standing there, he felt no desire to rush toward them. The future would arrive in its own time. The road beneath his feet deserved attention too. A gentle breeze moved through the grasses. The sky above remained brilliantly blue. For several minutes, he simply stood and watched the world. Then he noticed something. A small stone marker beside the path. Simple, weathered, easy to miss. Most travelers likely passed without seeing it. Curious, Elias approached. A single sentence had been carved into its surface. The words were old, yet clear. They read, "The road is not leading you away from what matters." A pause seemed to exist within the message, as though the stone itself wished the traveler to continue reading. Then came the second line. "It is teaching you how to recognize it." Elias smiled. The lesson felt familiar, like an echo carried through many places. The hidden library often worked that way. Different voices, different locations, the same gentle truths appearing again and again. Not because repetition was necessary, because wisdom often revealed deeper layers each time it returned. As evening approached, the sky slowly transformed. Gold drifted across the western horizon. Clouds became painted with soft colors. The world settled into another peaceful twilight. Elias continued walking. The stone marker disappeared behind him, yet its message remained. The road stretched onward, calm, unhurried, patient, exactly like the journey itself. And as the first evening star appeared above the hills, Elias felt a quiet sense of gratitude, not only for the extraordinary places he had visited, but for the ordinary moments between them. The roads, the conversations, the peaceful evenings, the unnoticed beauty hidden throughout everyday life. Because perhaps those moments had been the true treasure all along. Not destinations, not discoveries, not secrets, simply the experience of moving through the world with open eyes and an open heart. The star above the hills grew brighter. Soon others joined it, one by one, just as they always had. And beneath their gentle light, Elias continued onward, a traveler, a listener, a keeper of memories, walking peacefully toward whatever story awaited next. The stars guided the evening gently toward night. Above the rolling hills, constellations slowly revealed themselves. Some Elias recognized from the observatory. Others remained unfamiliar. Yet all of them felt like old companions now. Quiet lights watching over quiet roads. The path eventually led him into a broad meadow. Tall grasses shimmered beneath moonlight. The breeze moved across them in slow silver waves. At the center of the meadow stood a small stone circle. Nothing grand, nothing ancient looking, simply a gathering of smooth stones arranged around a low wooden bench. The place seemed designed for rest, for reflection, for watching the night. Elias stepped inside the circle. The sounds of the world felt softer there. The wind, the distant insects, the rustling grass, everything seemed to settle into harmony. He sat upon the bench and looked upward. The sky stretched endlessly above him. For a long time, he did nothing else. No journal, no map, no destination to consider. Only the stars. The older his journey became, the more he appreciated moments like these. Moments without purpose. Moments that existed simply to be experienced. The moon climbed higher. Its pale light touched the meadow. The grasses glowed softly. Shadows drifted across the earth like gentle brushstrokes. And slowly, memories began passing through Elias's thoughts. The hidden library, the first doorway, the endless shelves, the warm lantern light, then the clockmaker's wing, the floating lantern river, the garden of forgotten dreams, the glowing windows, the whispering rain, the orchard beneath golden moons, the observatory above the clouds. Each memory arrived quietly, not demanding attention, simply visiting for a moment before continuing on. The journey felt vast when viewed all at once, yet it had been built from countless small moments, one step, one conversation, one discovery at a time. The realization brought a gentle smile. Life itself seemed similar. People often looked toward distant goals, distant destinations, distant futures, yet meaning was usually found much closer, inside ordinary days, ordinary evenings, ordinary acts of kindness. A shooting star crossed the sky. Its silver trail vanished almost immediately, yet the beauty of it lingered. Elias watched the darkness where it had appeared. Then he remembered something the elder had once said. Some wonders are meant to be found, and some are meant to be remembered. Perhaps the difference did not matter. Both became gifts. Both became part of the traveler. The hours passed gently. Moonlight drifted across the meadow. The stars slowly turned overhead. And eventually, Elias found himself feeling something familiar. Not curiosity, not anticipation, a quiet readiness, the kind that appears before a new chapter begins. He could not yet see the next destination, could not know what waited beyond future roads, yet he trusted it would arrive when the moment was right, just as every other destination had. Nothing needed to be hurried. Nothing needed to be forced. The hidden library had taught him that. Doors appeared when they were ready. Stories revealed themselves when they were ready. And travelers discovered things when they were ready. Near midnight, Elias rose from the bench. The meadow remained peaceful behind him. The stone circle glowed softly beneath moonlight. For a moment, he looked back, then continued onward. The path stretched through the silver grass. The stars watched overhead, and somewhere beyond the horizon, hidden within the countless pages of the world, another story waited patiently, not searching for him, not calling his name, simply waiting, as all good stories do. The road continued beneath the stars until the first signs of dawn appeared along the horizon. Night slowly loosened its hold upon the world. Dark blue became violet. Violet became silver, and silver gradually welcomed the first hints of gold. Elias walked through the quiet hours between night and morning. The world felt wonderfully still. Even the breeze seemed softer, as though nature itself wished to avoid disturbing the peaceful transition. Eventually, he reached the crest of a gentle hill. From there, he could see the landscape stretching far into the distance. Fields, forests, rivers, villages, all resting beneath the awakening sky. He stopped, not because he was tired, because the moment deserved attention. The sunrise arrived slowly, Impatiently, the first rays touched distant mountains, then treetops, then the fields below. Light spread across the earth like a warm blanket unfolding. The sight filled Elias with quiet gratitude. How many sunrises had he witnessed during his journey? He could not say, yet each one had felt unique. Each one carried its own atmosphere, its own emotions, its own promise, the promise that another day had begun, a new page waiting to be written. As the sunlight strengthened, Elias noticed a narrow path branching away from the main road. The path curved gently through a small grove of trees. There was nothing remarkable about it. No glowing lights, no mysterious signs, no distant towers, and yet something about it felt familiar. Not the place itself, the feeling, the same gentle pull that had guided him toward many meaningful discoveries. Not urgency, not excitement, simple curiosity. He followed the path. The grove welcomed him with cool shade and birdsong. Sunlight filtered through the leaves overhead. Golden patterns danced across the ground. The path eventually opened into a small clearing. At its center stood a single wooden gate. No fence surrounded it. No wall connected to it. The gate stood entirely alone, weathered by time, covered with climbing ivy, quietly waiting beneath the trees. Elias approached slowly. The sight should have felt strange, yet somehow it felt perfectly natural. The hidden library often revealed itself through unusual things. A doorway, a lantern, a path, a whisper within the rain. The gate seemed to belong among them. Attached to one post was a small plaque. Its inscription had faded with age, yet the words remained visible. When one journey teaches you how to see. Elias read quietly. The second line rested beneath it. The next journey can teach you where to look. A gentle smile appeared upon his face. The message felt less like a mystery, more like an invitation. Not an invitation to hurry, not an invitation to seek, simply an invitation to remain open, to continue noticing, to continue learning. The morning breeze moved through the grove. Leaves whispered softly overhead. Sunlight warmed the clearing. For several moments, Elias stood before the gate, not wondering what lay beyond, appreciating what it represented. Every journey changed the traveler, and every change prepared them for the next journey. The gate was not the end of a story. It was the beginning of another, one that would reveal itself in time, one that would arrive exactly when it was meant to. Elias rested a hand upon the weathered wood, then looked beyond it. The path continued into the distance, disappearing among trees touched by morning light. He felt no need to to rush forward. The road would still be there. The story would still be waiting. And that understanding brought a deep sense of peace. The world around him seemed brighter now, not because the sun had risen, because he had learned how to see it. The orchard of golden moons rested far behind him. The observatory above the clouds belonged to memory. Countless roads had already been walked, countless lessons already learned, yet the journey remained unfinished. Wonder still existed, kindness still existed, mystery still existed, and somewhere ahead, another chapter within the hidden library waited patiently among the pages of the world. Elias smiled softly. Then, beneath the golden light of a new morning, he stepped forward, and the road welcomed him once more. And so, for now, Elias's journey through the observatory above the clouds comes to a gentle close. Far behind him, the silver domes still watch the heavens. The telescopes still turn quietly toward the stars. The cloud rivers still drift through the valleys below. And somewhere high above the world, the celestial path occasionally reveals itself to those who are patient enough to notice. Yet the greatest gift Elias carried away was not a map of the stars, not a secret hidden within the observatory, not even the wonders he witnessed above the clouds. It was a quieter gift, the understanding that wonder does not exist only in extraordinary places. It exists in ordinary moments too, in a peaceful road, in a shared conversation, in a sunrise, in a gentle breeze, in the simple act of paying attention. As Elias continues onward, new roads wait beyond the horizon. New doors remain hidden within the endless world. New stories rest patiently among the shelves of the hidden library. But those journeys belong to another night. For now, the stars shine softly overhead. The road grows quiet, and the world settles into peaceful stillness. Thank you for joining Elias on this journey above the clouds. May tonight bring you comfort. May tomorrow bring you wonder. And may you always remember that some of life's most beautiful discoveries are not waiting far away. They are already around you, quietly waiting to be noticed. Until our next journey together, sleep well, traveler, and sweet dreams.